All right, can you hear me? Test, test, 1, 2, 3. This is an audio test. Just let me know if everything sounds good and if everything looks mostly good here in the chat so we can get going. Okay, we've got a lot to talk about. This is not a pre-scheduled live stream. We were in standby mode today. Enough happened to flip standby mode into go live mode because right now we have a ton of weather to talk about. We've got multiple tornado warnings, 3 tornado warnings. We got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a bunch of winter storm warnings. We got a blizzard warning to talk about, and also we have a new hurricane developing in the Caribbean that is going to come up into the Gulf Coast and eventually impact portions of the southeast U.S. So there's unlimited stuff going on here, so that's what we're going to be focused on today. We're going to start, though, with these tornado warnings. All right, we've got a bunch of tornado warnings currently in place right now. The first one that I want to talk about is up here near Oklahoma City, just to the west of town. We do have a tornado warning in effect for Canadian County, Oklahoma. This is going to be coming really close to the rotating area is going to be coming really close to the Baker Airstrip, also the Yukon Middle School, and if you know where Reinhardt Park is, or Bledsoe Park, those are some of the places where I think that the rotating part of this storm could come pretty close. Now, this is not a big monster supercell or anything like that. This is a line of storms, and we might have a spinning, a spin up tornado happening in there. However, those can still cause damage, and we need you to take shelter out here in Canadian County, Oklahoma. All right. Yukon, you're in the path here. Richland, Foreman Road, all you guys need to be taking shelter as this is a pretty dangerous situation. All right. We've got another tornado warning down here with radar indicated rotation for Grady counties and McLean counties, Oklahoma. This is going to go for the next little bit here, and we also have this one expiring around 3:45 Central or so. Something to note here is that this is going to come really close to Austin Park, the rotating part of this storm. Okay, so actually the rotating part of this storm is a little bit more evident on radar. It's not necessarily the kind of rotation that jumps out at you and says, oh my gosh, there's definitely a tornado here. But if there is a tornado, it's going to be right down around here south of the Good Life Ranch Airport, moving up towards Blanchard, pretty much right along Highway 62. Okay, and both of these warnings are right around the Oklahoma City metro, which was unfortunately hit pretty hard last night. We had some strong storms go through Oklahoma City with some damaging winds, and then also we had a couple tornadoes. At least one really strong tornado that completely damaged a neighborhood up here on the northeast side of town near Hera. Unfortunately, now we've got more storms coming in right now. So everybody that's watching right now, please consider sharing the stream. Get it out there in front of as many people as possible. We're going to be here through the afternoon and evening relaying these warnings. And a lot of people didn't know that we were going live today. So what we've got to do is work together to get as many links out there as possible. Put it on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is, so we can get this vital information in front of as many people as possible. Okay, and then if you can't do that, at least consider hitting the like button, and that will kind of put us higher up in the algorithm so that people can find us. All right. Normally when we do these live streams, people know a day ahead of time. This one was a little bit last minute. Okay, so we've got another tornado warning that I want to talk about as well down here in Love County, Oklahoma, and Carter County, Oklahoma. This is coming up towards Wilson. All right, Wilson, Oklahoma, take shelter now if you haven't already. 1.25 inch hail with this one, as well as a potential tornado. This is going to go right up towards the Wilson Elementary School. Take shelter immediately. So those are our three tornado warnings right now. We've got one coming up towards the I-35 corridor in southern and near Ardmore, Oklahoma, and then the other tornado warnings are up here closer to Oklahoma City in Canadian and Grady counties in Oklahoma. Take shelter immediately if you haven't already. We do, of course, have storm chasers out there. We've got Bryce Shelton in Lone Grove, Oklahoma. We also have a bunch of traffic cameras. Thank you, Oklahoma Department of Transportation, especially around Oklahoma City and around Lawton and around Tulsa. We've got quite a few different angles to view the storms from. And then on top of that, we have other storm chasers as well. If we need to use them, they're out there. So that's what we plan on doing. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is a last minute standby mode live stream. Okay, we think that things are going to get pretty rough tonight, so we decided to turn on the live stream and do some coverage here. This is normally we do live coverage whenever there's a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. Today there's not a 10% hatched risk. However, there is a 10% probability of seeing tornadoes tonight, and we're already seeing so much activity out there in the form of these severe weather warnings, tornado warnings, and some of this other stuff that I'm about to show you. Let me turn the warnings off for just a second here so I can show you the risk areas. So here's the day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. All right, this is what we're looking at here, enhanced risk of severe weather, but the big driving factor is going to be this yellow area, okay? This yellow area is our 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point. And notice how these storms down here are just now getting into that. So as they traverse across that zone, we're going to continue to see more tornadoes and more tornado warnings tonight. I'm concerned about Gainesville and Sherman, Texas, Denison, Texas. I'm concerned about Sulphur and Ardmore, Oklahoma. I'm concerned about McAllister, Wilburton, maybe all the way over there towards Fort Smith, Arkansas tonight. We're going to have a very real chance of seeing some tornadoes as these storms continue to move off to the north and to the east. But even outside of that greatest risk area, we do have, the risk for tornadoes, even in the brown zone, the 5% zone. That's what's happening right now in Oklahoma City with these two tornado warnings that are currently in effect up here. So I'm going to turn that off.
A new tornado warning
and we just got ourselves a new tornado warning here. Brand new tornado warning. Let's go fly down there and see what's going on. All right, new tornado warning. This one's going to be for Carter, Love, and Murray counties in Oklahoma. All right, Murray County, Oklahoma is added to the list. And this is going to be radar indicated rotation. Let me see if I can see anything here. Unfortunately, we're all too familiar with this part of the world down here near Ardmore. This is a radar hole. Okay, so we're not going to be able to tell a whole awful lot about what's going on down here via the radar. However, we do see the rotation, and now we know that everybody in Ardmore, Oklahoma needs to take shelter now. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, it is a radar hole, but it's not a chaser hole, and we actually have Adam Lucio out there right now. He has a drone view of the base of this storm. As of now, it does not look like it's producing a tornado, but this is going to be a very good angle to see as it gets further on into its life cycle, if it could.
Amazing. Thank you, Riley. Storm chaser Adam Lucio has got a drone up in the air right now, giving us a live view at the tornado warned storm out here in Carter, Love, and Murray counties in Oklahoma. He's specifically in Ardmore, or in the general vicinity here. So that's what we're looking at right now. So we're going to keep him up. We've also got storm chaser Bryce Shelton out there as well in Wilson, Oklahoma. So we've got you covered pretty much everywhere that you could possibly be covered, except for spectacular radar coverage, which is, thankfully we don't necessarily need it when we've got all these wonderful people helping us out. So if you're in Ardmore, Oklahoma, we've got to get to shelter right now. Some places that this tornado is likely going to come near include the Bass Arrow Airport, the Stratter Ranch Airport. Also, if you know where Walker Stadium is, the park, the outdoor area there, that is something that could be impacted here pretty soon. I don't know if there's any events there tonight, but if there are, you probably need to let somebody know. Also, Springer up here north of Ardmore, you guys are in the path as well in Oklahoma. You need to take shelter immediately. We are now up to 15,000 people watching, y'all. We did not plan on going live today. We did not, necessarily think that it was going to be necessary. However, it is very obvious now that it is. So please help us spread the word. Let everybody know that we're going to be doing coverage throughout the night so that, we get this rapid information out to as many people as possible. All right, we just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. I want to show you some of these because, obviously we're going to be talking a lot tonight about tornadoes. But another big aspect of these storms is just simply going to be the severe thunderstorm. So a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Cook County, Texas, Murray County, Oklahoma, and Stevens County, Oklahoma. We're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds out here, all the way up through Dixon and Chickasaw Nation. If you know anybody out there in the Anthus Park area or Youngblood Park, you got to let them know that there's a nasty storm on the way, and they need to take shelter. Honestly, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 1 inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. Let's take a look at this other considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one actually covers the entire Oklahoma City metro, and it is for Grady, Cleveland, Canadian, McLean, and Oklahoma counties in Oklahoma. We're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds possible here going through the Oklahoma City metro very soon. Look at the lightning activity that we're seeing here from Adam's point of view. There's just a ton of cloud-to-ground lightning, and this is associated with the tornado warning that was just issued not too long ago for Ardmore, Oklahoma. And also, this is, if it's not the tornado that you get hit by here in southern Oklahoma, it's going to be just the general considerable severe thunderstorm, and that's going to be cloud to ground lightning like you're seeing here, and also potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds moving into places like Marietta, Ardmore, Springer, Chickasaw Nation, Sulphur, Mill Creek, Dixon, Tishomingo, Oklahoma, and Kingston. So y'all need to take shelter as well, okay? But the tornado warning specifically is going to be for Wilson, Lone Grove, and Springer, and Glenn, and places like Newport in Oklahoma. All right, Adam's on the move, it looks like. Storm chaser Adam Lucio out here giving us, honestly, an incredible view of a storm that we otherwise wouldn't really be able to see because of the lack of radar coverage out here. All right. So, yeah, these storms are going to continue to move east. Oklahoma City, you're about to get hit pretty hard by a strong line of storms with maybe some embedded tornadoes. But these storms are also going to make it up to Tulsa later. They're going to move through eastern Oklahoma. We're talking about places like McAllister, Colgate, Atoka, Sulphur, Ada, Henrietta. All you guys are eventually going to get caught up in this mess. And then maybe even as far east as Fort Smith, Arkansas tonight. You guys are going to have to be worried about this. I'm also really concerned about places like Gainesville and Sherman, Texas, as some of these supercells might try to be pretty discreet over the next couple of hours as they loft up into that main area of convection, and they're going to form right near those towns. So we're watching those places incredibly closely right now. Another thing that I want to show you very quickly before we get locked in to the coverage here is we do have an official cone and track for our next tropical storm. I believe this is Raphael. soon to be Raphael. There is another storm forming down here in the Caribbean, another Central American system coming up towards Jamaica. This is as early as tomorrow. It'll be a tropical storm. We might see it come right past Jamaica. It'll make landfall likely somewhere in Cuba. Let's see here. Yeah, somewhere in Cuba on the 6th, those 3 days from now, with winds around 81 miles per hour. From there, it's going to go into the Gulf. Okay, so we are going to have a hurricane or a tropical storm out here in the Gulf next week, likely around November 6th through the 8th, somewhere in that time frame. And we have to be concerned now in places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida about the potential impacts there. The good news is that the waters are cooler than they were with Milton and every other hurricane that we tracked through the Gulf. And also because of all of these severe weather outbreaks, we've had the thing that's causing them are these big mega troughs that are like moving through the United States. And that's going to lead to a lot of residual wind shear out there near the Gulf of Mexico, which could hamper the activity quite a bit. I really don't see a rapidly intensifying storm making it all the way to the coast. A worst case scenario right now looks like honestly, it's too early to even say that. But it is something that we're watching. We'll be talking about it all week. There is another tropical storm or hurricane coming up into the Gulf here soon. We've got an update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I've seen a few people talking about the radar in Durant. That is one of the hole filling radars that we have out there, and we are monitoring that in the background here. However, the best way to describe that radar would be subpar. It does not provide the best radar coverage, and it has a lot of issues with just actually accurately portraying what's going on. So we are monitoring that, and that is something that we have, but that's not on stream just because it's really, really grainy and it's really hard to sort of see what you're looking at on that radar.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley. So we've got Riley with us. We've got Elijah with us. I'm pretty sure we're going to have Andy with us at some point here. Remember, y'all, this is a last minute thing. We have these modes now. Today we were in standby mode. Okay, so it's just like, hey, well, let's watch and let's see. And we watched and we saw. Okay, and the threshold was definitely met to inspire us to go live, and here we are. So we're going to be here for the remainder of the afternoon and evening. So please, once again, share this out there on social media so people know that we're here. Hit the like button so that YouTube promotes us to the people who may not otherwise know that there's a dangerous severe weather situation unfolding right now. Let's see here. Hey, thank you, Koto 21 from Northwest Oklahoma City. Hope you're being safe. Speaking of Oklahoma City, the tornado warnings that we were talking about up there have been allowed to expire. Okay, so that's good news. However, the tornado threat is not gone. All right, we still have a tornado threat with us in Oklahoma City. As this line right here can spin up what we call QLCS tornadoes. And I would definitely not let my guard down in Oklahoma City as this storm comes through. It is likely going to bring about 60 mile per hour winds and maybe some small hail as it comes into Oklahoma City over the next little bit. On top of that, we've got the small chance that a tornado might try to spin up in here. A little bit of a better chance of a tornado trying to spin up probably would come from the northern extent here. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma, Kingfisher, Logan, and Canadian counties. This includes Kingfisher, Guthrie, and Crescent. You guys probably need to be watching out for the potential for a spin-up tornado as well up here, especially if you're over there near the Piedmont High School football stadium or Highland Park. That's where some of the greatest rotation is likely to go over right now. But no tornado warnings up here. I expect that will change. I think that we'll see quite a few tornado warnings come out of this line as it progresses off to the east. So please don't let your guard down. We still do have an active tornado warning, though, for Ardmore, Oklahoma. And that's what we're looking at right here. Rotation is near Lone Grove, and it's moving up into the Springer and Ardmore area right now. Once again, Walker Stadium, Strader Ranch, Telefero Field. All you guys are in the path of this storm. Take shelter now. Here's some other things that are going on. Okay, we've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings out here that we haven't really talked about. We've got one way up here in northwest Arkansas for Woods and Alfalfa counties. This is a pretty strong storm, bringing about 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. That's going to be moving up towards Burlington here soon. Additionally, we've got this other severe thunderstorm warning down here that encompasses the entire area around the tornado warning near Ardmore. And this is going to be for Love, Carter, Marshall, Johnston, Murray, and Garvin counties in Oklahoma. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. Take shelter if you haven't already, okay? Why has there been so much scary weather in Oklahoma recently? Well, this is actually a pretty normal thing. We have what we call second tornado season every year. November actually has a lot of tornadoes. In fact, even since we've been doing this channel, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but it was exactly 2 years ago tomorrow that we had a pretty decent tornado outbreak in this exact same area, and we were live for that. So, November is, I mean, it happens. We have, whenever we go from winter into spring, right, there's a big transition that happens there with our air masses. We got a lot of, fighting that happens between warm and cold air. We talk about it on the channel all the time. And that leads to a lot of storm systems and a lot of, ripe environments for tornadoes. The same thing happens in fall, but the other way around, right? It's instead of the warmth coming in to get rid of the cold, it's the cold coming in to get rid of the warm. And that usually leads to a secondary tornado season, and that also, it usually impacts places right in here. So, nothing's out of line, nothing's crazy about this. It is unfortunate and it is dangerous, but there's nothing crazy going on. And looky here, we do have meteorologist Andy Hill with us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, this thing working?
Yes.
Cool. All right. I was going to talk a little bit more on, why that is, why we have that second season, since you just brought it up, and how it compares to spring, which is our primary tornado season. The biggest thing that causes our spring tornado outbreaks is a very powerful jet stream, and that is in place in a transitional season like spring, because all winter long the poles have been in polar night, essentially, where 24 hours of no sunlight. So they're cooling off dramatically, and the active temperature equalization that the atmosphere tries to do, where it brings warm air from the equator and all that cold air that's been sitting without sunlight for 6 months in toward the North Pole down south. That's when the jet stream is the strongest, when it's bringing that cold air down. Now all summer long, it's just been baking in, what is it called? Where it's daytime at midnight. So the light midnight, essentially. I'll coin it that for now. It's not as cold up there, and thus in the fall season we can get those tornadoes, but that jet stream is not going to be as powerful on average to bring about a widespread outbreak, with the frequency that we see in the spring. However, on the other hand, the Gulf of Mexico is actually much warmer on average in the fall because it's had all summer to cook, essentially. But in the spring, it's at its coldest, and that's why we don't have a hurricane season in the springtime necessarily until we get into those summer months. So you can think of it like that. I think the jet stream has a much greater influence on why we see a tornado outbreak happen with a strong low pressure system and all of the components that come together. But in the fall, we don't necessarily have that strong jet stream as often, just due to the fact that the northern hemisphere hasn't had that super cold, long winter with a huge difference in temperatures between the latitudes. So just a little bit more on why we're not surprised by a fall tornado day or a series of tornado days, but it is less common per se.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. That's meteorologist Andy Hill. And hopefully we don't hear from him too much tonight. But of course, like, we want to hear from him as much as possible because we always learn so much from Andy. And also, he is another person watching the radar, making sure we don't miss anything as these storms are starting to rotate. Like we thought they would, but there's more storms out there maybe than what we initially were hoping for earlier today. Whenever we had that enhanced risk of severe weather with only a 5% tornado probability. Now we've got that 10%, and at the same time, we've already had multiple tornado warnings. So I do expect that things are going to continue to get more intense as the evening goes on. So if you live out here to the east of where these warnings are right now, please get ready. Go ahead and have a plan in place. Know what you're going to do when and if that warning comes through. That includes places like Sherman, Texas, Atoka, Oklahoma, McAllister, Ada, Henrietta, Salisal, Fort Smith, Arkansas, even the whole Choctaw Nation area out here. Get ready. It's going to be a long evening of severe weather. So let's go between all these warnings once again here.
Has been issued.
I'm going to take you through everything that we know right now. Once again, we got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning bringing damaging 70-mile-per-hour winds into Love, Murray, Garvin, Marshall, and Johnston counties in Oklahoma over the next 30 minutes or so. This is specifically heading towards places like the Lake Murray State Park and, of course, Sulphur, Oklahoma. You guys are included in that. I know we've got a lot of people that watch in Sulphur. This is as of right now, this isn't like what the last time we were together it was like. However, it definitely has the ability to turn into something that we don't want it to be. So don't let your guard down and get ready to take shelter just in case. Otherwise, there is just a generally strong storm coming. And then we do have that one tornado warning in effect right now for Ardmore, Oklahoma. Right now, the velocity is not very telling, but remember, we are pretty far away from that radar. But we have a rotating area over Ardmore right now, moving up towards Gene Autry and Springer. Some other places in the path here are going to be Walker Stadium and Mount Washington School. Take shelter now. Let's go take a look at this other warning that we have. We've got a large severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses the entire Oklahoma City metro area, all the way down past Norman to Lindsay, Oklahoma. This is Cleveland, Grady, Canadian, and Oklahoma counties in Oklahoma. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible over the next 15 to 30 minutes. I expect that this warning will be probably extended farther east into Shawnee and Chandler eventually. So y'all get ready for that. And then honestly, a stronger storm right now north of Oklahoma City, up here near Crescent and Guthrie, just in terms of rainfall and overall activity, probably hail size as well. This is going to be moving up towards Stillwater before too long. So you guys get ready for what's going to come of that. Also, it's important to point out some other stuff like this. You can see where we've got storms lining up between Pawhuska and Stillwater right now. I think that these storms are going to train over those same areas a lot. And one of the things that we have to watch out for tonight also is flash flooding. So if you're in Pawnee, Stillwater, Perry, Pawhuska, Bartlesville, Oklahoma, flash flooding is probably going to be a problem for you at some point tonight as these storms are going to go over you over and over and over again. And we can't forget about this severe thunderstorm warning over here in Alva, Oklahoma. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail moving into Woods County. Y'all get ready for that. It doesn't look like anything crazy, but it's certainly something to watch. And also, if you missed it, we were also talking about this. We just had potential tropical cyclone 18 named. This will soon, probably tomorrow, be Tropical Storm Rafael, and it's going to turn into a hurricane somewhere near Cuba, and then it's going to go into the Gulf. This is something else that we're talking about here. That's pretty much all we know right now. It's once we get a little bit more information on it, especially after it's organized enough to be a tropical storm tomorrow, we've got those hurricane hunters out there gathering data. We will know a lot more about exactly what to expect. Speaking of hurricane hunters, we just had a flight go through. Nothing incredible found, but this is probably one of the reasons why we, got that PTC 18 designation, is because we got enough data on it to where we now have we have confidence in the potential track here as we go forward. So it's something else to keep an eye on. We're going to be talking about this a lot on the channel as we go forward. Hopefully we nail down a track pretty soon. But right now, this is all we know. Additionally, something else interesting here is, outside of the severe weather situation, we have a ton of winter weather-related warnings right now. There's 12 winter storm warnings, 39 winter weather advisories. There is even a blizzard warning out here for portions of the Rocky Mountains. On the backside of this low pressure system that is causing our storm here, we have snow. On this view, you can kind of see it a little bit better here. We don't color it blue or anything, but all of this, especially in the higher elevations right now, is snow. That's going to get a lot more intense as we go forward. And even outside of the higher elevations in the plains, in southeastern Colorado, northeastern New Mexico, and the panhandle of Oklahoma, tomorrow we expect to see some snow on the backside. So that's one of the driving factors behind why this storm is so intense. We've got very warm temperatures. If you live anywhere on the East Coast, you felt it today. Right now at the weather house, it's 78 degrees. It got up to 80 earlier. I live over here. It's the same for pretty much everybody. And then over here, it's snowing. So what happens in the middle is usually pretty intense, and that's what we're talking about right now with our severe weather situation in Oklahoma, Texas, and eventually over towards Arkansas. I also want to mention tomorrow, because this doesn't end today, okay? We're going to be together once again tomorrow, more than likely. This is what our outlook looks like for tomorrow. If I can get it to load up here. We'll just do it over here. Let me turn this off. Let me turn the warnings off. Let me turn lightning off as well. And I'll show you, this is today's outlook, okay? So the orange is the enhanced risk of severe weather. The yellow is the slight risk of severe weather. Watch what happens as I go into the day 2 outlook. Same thing, enhanced risk of severe weather, and then a big slight risk. The slight risk actually goes from Austin, Texas tomorrow, all the way up to close to St. Louis, and then the enhanced risk is for places like Joplin, Missouri, Fort Smith, all the way down there towards close to Dallas. And tomorrow's enhanced risk is actually driven by a hatched risk for tornadoes. So we've got a chance of significant tornadoes in the hatched area, that 10% probability, where once again we have a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in the yellow. And then the hatched indicator means that some of those could be strong, potentially causing EF2 or greater damage as they move through portions of eastern Oklahoma and northeastern Texas. And then the brown covers a very large area as well. We're talking about 10 million people under a 5% probability of seeing tornadoes tomorrow. So it's going to be probably a lot more active tomorrow than it is today, but today is no joke. We've seen a ton of warnings, and we're likely going to see a ton more as we go forward. Right now, all of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. We currently don't have any tornado warnings, but we do have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of those is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That's moving up towards Sulphur, Oklahoma right now, Mill Creek, and Tishomingo. So y'all get ready for that. Hey, thank you 540 SS 69 Camaro for the gifted memberships. Yep, we got Bryce Shelton out there on the storm that's coming into Ardmore, or has really just left Ardmore. And I believe Adam Lucio is still out there as well. So we've got no shortage of the ability to see this thing if it tries to produce tornadoes here in the near future, or more tornadoes, I should say. I want to show you the models. I want to show you what we're talking about maybe for the rest of tonight. The future view, I guess. Oh, wait, I can do that over here too. I forgot. I added that. Turn that off. Turn this off. Models. Oh, look at that. HRRR. We'll look at the 18Z. Okay, so this is what the radar could look like as we go forward. So pretty much this is where we are right now. And you can see here that our line of storms that we're talking about right now is very prevalent here. But what we're concerned about and what's really going to make this a big deal, I think, is if we see something like this. If we see discrete convection popping up out in front of that line, which is something that looks like it could be possible according to some of the future, radar models, the convection allowing models. If we do see storms, especially if they get strong, popping out in front of the line, those are going to be the ones that have the ability to produce multiple tornadoes tonight. And also, even on top of that, like even if that doesn't happen, this line right here is going to have the ability to drop multiple embedded QLCS tornadoes. So one way or the other, we're going to see a bunch of tornado warnings tonight, or at least considerable severe thunderstorm warnings with tornadoes possible tags. But this right here is what we don't want to see. And we'll flip back over to the radar here soon and see, what exactly we're looking at there. But I would say the prime time for tornadic activity is going to be from about right now all the way up till about 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern. 8 or 9 Central, and then the storm still remains strong. And honestly, the line kind of orients itself more horizontally rather than vertically, and it allows for more supercellular activity to happen out in front of it over here south of Fort Smith and to south central portions of Arkansas. Even as you go much later into the night tonight, into the early morning hours tomorrow, that could extend the tornado threat a little bit. But I think that the main event is going to be likely between, once again, right now and 9 or 10 p.m. So we've got about 4 hours here where we're certainly going to be here locked in, giving you the latest. And then if hopefully nothing's happening at that point, or things have calmed down a lot on the tornado front, and we'll call it a night until tomorrow, where a bigger storm system will be knocking on our doors. There's our big line of storms that'll be coming together probably around 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern. And then once again, it's the same thing. It's a broken line, and then we've got to watch out for that isolated convection that happens out in front of it. Supercells are going to be possible, and those are going to be what could potentially cause strong tornadoes tomorrow. And we'll be watching those probably from around as early as 2 p.m. to as late as 8 p.m. And then we've got a damaging wind threat that will carry us until probably midnight before this thing really starts to dwindle, starts to die out. And then as we go into election day, I don't think we're going to be worried about it too much. It's just going to rain a little bit in the Mississippi River Valley down into the Mississippi River Delta, Houston, St. Louis, Chicago. We're just talking about general rain, maybe some heavy rain at times, but certainly nothing severe. So I don't think we're going to have any sort of election day severe weather outbreaks or anything like that. So yeah, that's the latest on the models, or at least the HRRR model. So let's go back over here. Let's turn on our warnings again so we can stay updated here. And a lot of people, I've been talking about this storm system on the channel for several days. And I think we've built a pretty large audience in the East, right? We've got a lot of people watching in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Everybody's giving me a hard time in the comments because I'm not explaining how this storm will impact North Carolina. And the thing is it's just not going to very much. All right. I'll mention it in the next video, and we can even go through it this evening if you guys want to. But it's really nothing to write home about. Our biggest weather system, I guess that's going to be impacting that area is going to be this next tropical storm, and I really don't think it's going to be anything like what everybody's afraid of. Anytime you mention a hurricane in that area, it's going to cause some tension. I think it's just going to be, honestly, for some places, some welcomed rainfall because it's going to be the first time it's rained in over a month in some of these places. But I think it's just going to lead to some rainfall and maybe some general storms for a lot of people in the southeast. Now, if you're closer to the Gulf Coast, it might be a bigger problem. But that's something that we'll talk about as we go forward. So don't worry. If you're over there east of Oklahoma and Arkansas and all these places that we've been kind of hyper-focusing on, the focus is going to come back to you. Unfortunately, it's never a good thing, though, whenever you're the focus of the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. You always want to try to avoid it, I think. We currently have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have an update from Elijah himself. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have a kind of weird update. Based on the National Weather Service reporting from the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals game in Phoenix, Arizona was, I guess, interrupted by pea-sized hail that was actually shown on the field. So in Arizona, they had pea-sized hail during the NFL game.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Elijah. That's very interesting. One of these little blips has caused an interruption in a major, event. So you know what that reminds me of?
Every storm starts out as a blip, a little bitty blip, taking moisture from the ground, call it a double dip, but I don't give a flip. Little blips, they can rip, you can feel it in your hip. Never underestimate a blip.
It's been a while. Some of you who are new here might not know what that was, but you had to be there. You had to be there. But yeah, never underestimate a blip. Even this can halt a multi-million-dollar operation. So pea-sized hail is possible all around Phoenix here. I'm surprised I'm not seeing any special weather statements. That sounds special to me. More special than that, though, is the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that does continue to exist over here in Oklahoma. The big meat of that storm is about to move into Sulphur and Mill Creek right now. We're still talking about potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds. All right, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's also going to be moving into Tishomingo, Oklahoma here soon. We're starting to see those flash flood warnings come out as well, as expected. Yeah, it's looking nasty on radar, and actually, it's getting nasty in Oklahoma City right now. How many people do we have in Oklahoma City? Some of the stronger winds are probably moving through town right now, but thankfully things have calmed down a little bit from where they were whenever the front of the storm was moving through Yukon and like Chickasha. We're talking about at most 60-mile-per-hour winds now, and then maybe some pea-sized hail, especially down there farther south near Blanchard and Purcell. North of town, actually, I think is where we have a little bit more activity. And honestly, probably even north and east of town near Stillwater is where we are going to see our next either flash flood or severe thunderstorm warning. And that's going to be moving up towards Pawnee. Tulsa, you're in the clear right now, but these storms are moving towards you. We just got a big special weather statement issued for the eastern side of Oklahoma City over towards Shawnee. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible as this moves over into your direction. So all eyes are now on this area in front of this line that's forming, okay? And what's so unfortunate about this is it's literally the biggest radar hole that you can imagine, all right? So we're going to try to track these supercells as they form here up into southern and southeastern Oklahoma, and we're going to try our best to tell you what's happening with these as they go. But you can see that our radar reflectivity is very low resolution because all of the radars are very far away from this right now. We need I know there's little radars here and there, but we need an official National Weather Service high-powered, radar, probably near Durant or Boswell, Oklahoma. We've had so many instances where we could really have used that down here, and we just don't have it. So if you are a resident of southern and southeastern Oklahoma, even northeastern Texas, keep that in mind. If you're one of them, like if you want to, talk to a local official or whoever's in charge of the budgets, or whatever it is that you want to do to help with this, a voting issue or an issue that you should probably be concerned about is the lack of radar coverage in your area. You pay the same amount of taxes as me, and I've got great radar coverage. Okay. We pay the same, you pay for my radar. I pay for your lack of radar. So, I think we need more radars. It's something that I like to talk about whenever we notice it or it gets brought up. Special weather statement for more counties in Oklahoma here. That's going to be for Stillwater. We've been talking about this, okay? So those storms are continuing to move east, and we're likely going to see that also move into Pawnee and Pawnee Nation here soon. There is a radar in Durant, I know, but it's not the real deal. It's not the same thing as what we're looking at here. It helps, but it's nowhere near as helpful as what an actual NWS radar would be. Yeah, if you're in Arkansas, there is a risk tonight. It's going to be mostly confined to western Arkansas. A radar hole in Oklahoma, of all places, too. That's what I'm saying. There's another daggone radar hole in Mississippi, in the worst part of it. Like, these are two of the places that see the most tornadoes. And we don't have a radar in the right spot, To be fair, they are extremely expensive, hard to maintain. We are lucky to have as many radars as we do, but we could always have more. It is currently 4:18 p.m. Central and 5 Eastern here at the Weather House. So we've been streaming now for an hour. If you're just now tuning in, this is going to be an extended period of coverage here where we're talking about a potential tornado situation down here in northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma over the next several hours. When we started the stream, we had a bunch of tornado warnings. Those have been allowed to expire, and hopefully we're in a little bit of a quiet period here where we can catch our breath and start focusing on these storms. These are going to be the next ones that likely start producing tornado warnings here pretty soon, and they're going to work up into the Sherman, Texas area, places like Durant, Colgate, Hartshorne, McAllister, Wilburton, Salisaw, Stigler, and Fort Smith over the next several hours. Hey, my wife's in the chat. Stephanie's been a member for 45 months. Y'all, I've been doing this here on YouTube for 45 months. That's wild. Steph's in here. She says, Echo, our son, told me he wanted to say Thanksgiving to you. Save some pizza for you for supper. Oh, thank you. It's pizza night. Again, live stream nights are pizza nights. That's what we've designated that to. Huge shout out to the Weather Wife for holding the fort down while we do an impromptu live stream. Is Ardmore going to see any more tornado possibilities tonight? I'm seeing that in the chat. So if you're in Ardmore, Oklahoma, the big storm that we were talking about when we started the stream is moving past town now. Things are going to get a little bit quieter here over the next little bit, but the severe weather threat is not over. There's more storms that are forming back this way, and it'll be a little bit before we can say we're all clear in Ardmore. So unfortunately, no, there is going to be more potential tornadic activity later tonight. I do want to say that maybe the greatest tornadic threat is going to be farther to your east. But like it's still going to be a long night of heavy rain, potential hail, damaging winds, and really flash flooding could be a problem as well. In fact, Ardmore, you're already under a flash flood warning right now for Carter and Murray counties. That's going to be impacting places like Plainview Middle School, and we've already seen 2 or 3 inches of rain very fast there. And if these storms keep training over Ardmore, it's going to lead to a big problem here soon. Dalton, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Weather Wife, heck yeah. Cinny, great half-year anniversary. Thanks for being here for 6 months as a member. Thank you, Ryan, for your commitment to save lives and help people out. Let's fix the holes. Let's fix the holes. Dalton, Han, thank you. Yeah, let's fix the radar holes. If I could do it, I would. But those things, the radars, somebody can tell. I'm sure somebody knows the exact number, but they're very expensive. That's I don't think that it's in anybody's budget other than maybe the government's. So, yeah. But once again, it is like it is amazing what we do have. I don't want to, act like we're out here dealing with nothing. Like we've got the best infrastructure to monitor weather out of anybody else on Earth. It could be better. And it's weird that 2 of the places where it's really hard are like some of the tornado hotspots. You know what I'm saying? Kazaki, thanks for gifting 5 memberships and congratulations to the new members. Nova, thanks for being a slight risker. Let's see here. Nebraska says, hey, Ryan, I wanted to let you know that I'm planning on becoming a meteorologist to help you and Andy. Well, Nebraska, we're looking forward to it. Can't wait to have you. Amy Davis is here. Thanks for the gifted. Thanks for being so supportive, y'all. Remember, we are going to be here for several hours. We're going to be covering these storms as long as they are on the radar. So if you want to help us get out in front of more people, remember, nobody knew that we were going to do this today. Consider liking the video to get us out there on the algorithm to pump us up a little bit, or like the live stream like you would a normal video. And then also consider sharing it on Twitter and Facebook and places like that, just so we can get as many people getting this information as we can. Remember, it's when these storms start getting more intense, that's when things are going to start picking up here. $10 million. About $10 million is how much one of these daggone things cost. All so we can see these blobs. And then apparently maybe close to $2 million a year to operate them. All right, so we've got ourselves a new severe thunderstorm warning here with a tornado possible tag. Let's go investigate. Latest severe thunderstorm warning that just came through there is going to be for Johnston, Marshall, Cole, Murray, Bryan, Pontotoc, Atoka, and Hughes counties in Oklahoma. 1 inch in diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds possible. And that's what we're dealing with here. This is going to be moving up into places like Ada, Colgate, Caddo, and Durant over the next, let's see here, 30 to 45 minutes. 60 mile per hour winds, that's possible. That's on the table. Some of the places that this is going to come close to, or some of the places that will maybe feel some of these winds, these stronger winds, are going to be places like the Diamond E Campground, Lake Texoma State Park, also the St. Joseph Catholic School, and if you know where the Spring Creek Ranch East Airport is, then you know exactly where you don't need to be outside over the next 45 minutes. We do have a tornado watch in effect. I'll show you a graphic on that. This is what that looks like. Tornado watch until 8 p.m. Central. So it's 4:30 Central right now, and this includes Oklahoma City. This includes Sherman. This includes McAllister. We're probably going to see a new tornado watch issued for areas more east of here before the night's over. But for right now, this is what we've got. 2.1 million people under the gun for a few likely tornadoes, scattered hail up to ping pong size, and gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely. That's your tornado watch right there. We do have storm chasers on our side. We've got Adam Lucio and Bryce Shelton out there. I'm going to try to ping. We'll see if we can't talk to Bryce. I don't know if he's on or not. Let's try to talk to him real quick. Bryce, we're live on YouTube. You're out there. We're watching, and just whenever you get a chance, when you're not busy, give us an update. What's your plan? Where do you think you're going to go next? All that good stuff. We're on the edge of our seats over here. So we'll see if Bryce Shelton has the time to talk to us, and we'll get an update from him. And then we'll also go around and take a look at some of the other aspects of the storm that are starting to unfold, and also continue to watch these supercells that are popping up down here.
Yeah, Ryan, we were on Highway 177 headed east, trying to get out of all this mess and see if any prefrontal cells will develop across southeastern Oklahoma later this evening. I think that might have the best tornado potential if they can develop.
All right, so there you go. Bryce Shelton with a live update here, giving us pretty much what we're waiting on. If we see those prefrontal cells popping up, then it's go time for tornadoes, and we do see them. However, it's hard to see them, first of all, and their exact structure because of the lack of radar coverage. But also, we don't know, how mature they're going to get. We don't know if they're going to maintain their discreteness as they become mature. We don't know how cell mergers are going to happen. So at this point, it's not really about forecasting. It's about nowcasting, and we're just watching every radar frame as it comes in. Urban Living says, winter in Connecticut anytime soon. We need the rain or blizzard or something. Not anytime soon. I don't think we're going to have a full-on winter anytime soon. But of course, winter is, coming. It's going to happen. And we're going to get into a period where we see rain on the East Coast. I know it's been a while for a lot of us, especially on the backside of the Appalachian Mountains and up the spine. That's going to change. Right now, we're just in this dry period. And in fact, this next tropical system is probably going to be the thing that changes it. All right. And if you're just now tuning in, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is our next tropical system that we're watching down here. Potential tropical cyclone 18. I don't know if we can see it on satellite yet. We'll give it a try. I don't know if it looks very impressive or not. It doesn't. But you can see there's a group of thunderstorms down here in the southern part or south of Jamaica. That's supposed to organize as early as tomorrow into a full-on tropical storm. Okay, we expect that tropical storm Raphael will be with us tomorrow about 1 a.m. Or so, and then that's going to have about 40 mile per hour winds, maybe 46 mile per hour winds by 1 p.m. As we go into November 5th, we expect this to still be a tropical storm. I think it'll be, or we think it'll be a hurricane by November 6th at 1 a.m. right before making landfall in Cuba. It'll likely maintain its hurricane status as it goes into the Gulf of Mexico on November 6th. And then right now, we do believe that Raphael will be a tropical storm in the Gulf instead of continuing to intensify. Now, of course, these initial forecasts from the National Hurricane Center are sometimes conservative, but this is probably pretty close to being right on par with where this is going to end up, because the waters in the Gulf of Mexico are a little bit cooler than they were. In fact, in some places, they're a lot cooler than they were when we were dealing with some of these stronger storms earlier in the year. And also, there is going to be a very contested environment out here in the Gulf. There's going to be lots of wind shear. There's going to be lots of residual blow off from all of these severe systems that we've seen, coming through the mainland U.S. So if this ends up being a strong storm, a beefy hurricane, by the time it gets up into this region, then it's had to fight a lot of adversity. And honestly, it's probably that's one of the least likely scenarios right now. But because it is a scenario at all that is possible, it's something that we have to think about and talk about, and that's probably going to be our main focus for a while as we go forward. After this, or after tomorrow, I should say. But Raphael is the angriest turtle? I know. I know. Wyatt, what's up? Winter's coming when the sun sets at 5:30. Yep. Daylight savings time last night. It is, some people love it, some people hate it. How do you get the on-screen alerts? That comes from the National Weather Service. One of the things that we're going to do here soon, and I know I've been teasing like a bunch of stuff, and like none of it is like publicly available yet. But one of the things that we're going to do here soon, because so many people like it, our overlay here with the alerts that pop up automatically and everything. You are going to be able to go to a YouTube channel and just watch that anytime you want. All right, it's going to be on 24/7. Anytime there's a warning anywhere, you'll see it and you'll hear it, and then there will be radar that plays. Think of it as the local on the 8s, but for the entire United States and 24/7 with this overlay. When is that going to happen? Soon, maybe. We're working on it. It's something that it's something that's going to be cool, though. Where's Y'allbot tonight? Y'allbot's here. Let me get oh yeah, Y'allbot's got a new voice. I need your all's opinion on this. Okay. All right. So first of all, if you're just now tuning in, our most impressive storm right now is this one that's getting ready to come into the Colgate area and Ada, Oklahoma area. Johnston, Marshall, Bryan, Hughes, Atoka, Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma, you're all under a severe thunderstorm warning, okay? Now let's hear what Y'allbot has to say about that.
To add to that, Ryan, folks in the path of these storms need to be on high alert, especially around key locations. In Johnston County, the Tishomingo National Wildlife Refuge and Memorial Park are in the line of fire. Over in Marshall County, Lake Texoma State Park and its surrounding public use areas are at risk. If you're near Christopher Rippey Memorial Airport, stay tuned for updates. And schools like St. Joseph Catholic and Wallace Bird Middle should have their severe weather plans ready. Stay safe out there. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, y'all. But you sound different today. What happened? Are you all right?
Well, Ryan, maybe I'm just extra energized today. Or perhaps I'm trying to keep up with your rapid-fire delivery. Gotta make sure we're both on our A game for our viewers, right? Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you, y'all. But we're gonna cut to you a couple times today. But remember, we're still watching you. We don't trust you 100%. Okay, we've got a watchful eye on you.
Oh, I see how it is, Ryan. Keeping me on my toes, huh? Well, I promise to be on my best behavior and bring my A game for you and our viewers. No funny business, just fast, accurate weather updates. You can count on me. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you, y'all. Bot. So yeah,
Anytime, Ryan.
What do you think of?
I'm here when you need me.
Everybody was complaining about the other voice. Is this one better? Is it worse? You know, it's a fun project to work on. What can I say? And it is pretty cool. Better than the other voice. Sweet. A little bit more lively. Female voice is better. We'll change it. Honestly, I haven't even figured out like a really good use for it other than, you know, just like to give me a break to drink water and maybe some light relief when things get really serious, you know, because it is kind of funny. So I'm not too worried about it, but like the voices are something that I can change. Old one was better. All right, we'll do a poll after a couple more times of using it. Here at the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, we're always utilizing whatever technology is available. That's literally why we're here. Why we're able to be here, I should say. There's a flash flood warning now for Payne and Logan counties in Oklahoma. That includes Stillwater, so this is what we was talking about. Flash flooding possible over here from Langston over to Perkins as well. That one severe thunderstorm warning that's the main thing right now. That's what we've got. Johnston, Bryan, Atoka, Hughes, Pontotoc, all these counties, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. I think the storm that we've got to keep the closest eye on right now is going to be this one that is to the south and east of Durant. All right, so this stuff right here is something that we've got to watch for sure. If this is getting stronger and if it is allowed to maintain its discreetness, I guess, as it goes up towards places like Boswell and Antlers, Oklahoma, that could become a problem. Also, these storms that have popped up just to the east of Sherman, Texas, over there near Ector, that could become a problem. So we're kind of just playing the waiting game right now. There's not a lot going on. We're trying to see if these are going to kind of spark up into our next tornadic threat. There are other storms happening in other states, though, if you guys want to go check those out. Here's a special weather statement in Kansas. This is for Strafford and Pratt counties in Kansas. Some small hail and some gusty winds will be possible around Hudson here soon. That might move on up into Great Bend and Sterling. Additionally, there is another special weather statement down here in Texas for Angelina County. Small hail to the north and west of Lufkin. Hey, there's our special weather statement for Phoenix. They were watching. I knew it was special. I knew it was special. The NFL had to, maybe postpone a game or wait a flag or so. I don't even know exactly what happened due to some small hail, and they went ahead and issued probably one of the largest special weather statements I've ever seen here for all of Phoenix. So once again, pea-sized hail is possible from Buckeye all the way over to Carefree in Phoenix, Arizona over the next little bit. And we've got another special weather statement in Texas near Marshall. This is some gusty winds and some small hail moving up towards Jefferson. Our flash flood warnings are all in Oklahoma right now. We've got one back here towards Comanche County. Our more recent one is going to be over here closer to Stillwater, though. The locals pronounce it Durant. All right. What does discrete mean? All right. Let's go. Let me go tell you more about that. So whenever I talk or Andy talks or anybody talks about discrete cells, basically what we're talking about is this, right? So we have little storm cells that are technically by themselves. They're not connected to other storms. They're not interfering with each other. Now, these they're still pretty close together. They're less discrete than maybe you would want them to be if you were looking for a tornado. However, this is the baby stages. They're just now getting started, so we don't know how they're going to end up. But this would be an example of storms that are not discrete, right? This big blob here consists of several storms. All right, all kind of smushed together. And in this environment, it's harder for a tornado to happen, okay? It's harder for a storm or one part of the storm to become intense enough to create a tornado. Think of it as a vacuum. And, all of the air that's getting sucked into the system is equally spread amongst a large area. That's a very simple way to put it. It's way more complex than that. But like you've got the same kind of vacuum over here, but all of the energy is going into a more concentrated area. All right, so these storms are able to suck up more of the nadir juice, if you will, and use it for themselves versus than if they were, back here in this mess and having to share it with the rest of the system. So that's a very, very simple way of putting it, but that's why we would want to see them remain discrete if we were going to have these storms produce tornadoes. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they become another big blob and we don't have to worry too much about it. But right now, it looks like the possibility is there for them to remain somewhat scattered as they move up into southeastern Oklahoma over the next little bit. Amy Davis, thank you so much. Amy's been here forever. She says, thank you all so much for the super chats, memberships, donations, likes, and shares. Just for being here, we appreciate all of you. Everybody say, we appreciate you, Amy. Amy's been a moderator and a loyal member of the channel since the early days. Amy, I don't even know how you found us. Back when we had, a couple people watching. Believe it or not, I used to do the same thing for several hours with not very many people watching. And, everybody has just kind of joined along as we've went. So I'm very thankful that you guys are here. So I'm not talking to myself. But even if you weren't, I would still be sitting here talking to myself about the weather because, I love it. All of us, Andy, Elijah, everybody that's involved with the channel here is a weather nerd. Okay, big time. And it's like, we spend a lot of time talking about it and thinking about it. And we're very thankful that we can use that energy in a positive way and that you guys enjoy what we have to say. Yeah, there is another tropical system that we're watching right now. So somebody in chat asked if it was going to hit Florida. It's way too early. It's way too early to make that kind of prediction. But it is, Florida's on the table for sure. There are currently no severe storms in north or central Texas right now. Heavy rain is the main thing from Gainesville to Graham. It is continuing to move to the north and east, but we do expect that storm activity to increase a little bit over the next couple of hours. Yeah, if you are just now tuning in, we started the stream off about an hour and 20 minutes ago with some, there was some activity with some tornado warnings near Oklahoma City. Those have been allowed to expire. Now we are waiting for the next wave. All right, and it might be an hour or more before the tornado threat really starts to ramp up in southeast Oklahoma and northeast Texas. The warm front really hasn't moved much past the Red River. And the storms are, there are storms developing out in front of the convective system here, but they're not necessarily robust just yet. So we are watching and waiting. J.R. Rugg, thank you. And looky here, Interpret Explorer's been here for 35 months. Another OG. Says, yo, I've been a member forever. It's actually amazing to see this grow so intensely fast. It makes me happy to see weather get more exposure online, other than misinformation from other people. Interpret, thank you so much for that. I know that you've been here forever, and I appreciate all your support. And it is cool that the channel's growing. I don't know what the ceiling is. I remember when we first started, and we had 10,000 people watching. We was like, that's it, that this is it. Like, this is what the channel's going to be like. And then with Hurricane Milton, we had about 500,000 concurrent viewers. So hopefully the channel continues to grow and we're able to help more people. But yeah, super happy that you've been here for so long, Interpret. Thank you, Amy. Beth's been here for 30 months. Yep, we're still watching our storm chasers here. Freddie McKinney's now on the board. So we've got some professional storm chasers out here. Not showing us anything right now, but if there's something to show, you better believe they're going to show it. Right now, we're in a little bit of a lull period. Not a lot going on. Chris H. has been here for 26 months. Says, thanks for all you do. I decided to go back and finish my meteorology degree with watching y'all. That's awesome. That's awesome. How are things down in Texas? Things are pretty quiet right now in Texas, outside of maybe this one special weather statement down here near Albany. That actually looks like a pretty intense storm going through Albany, Texas right now, moving up eventually towards Breckenridge. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see that get upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning pretty soon. So we're keeping an eye on that, and we're talking to meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, a couple of interesting things that aren't necessarily dangerous at the moment, but I figured you'd like to look at them. One of them is a little tiny shrimp here from the Shreveport radar. in far eastern Texas near Marshall, just north of I-20. You'll be able to find it there in Harrison County. A tiny little shrimp. You got to look at the velocity to see what I'm talking about here. You'll actually see something that looks kind of interesting popping up right there. It's got a little bit of spin to it. You know, sometimes with these really, really small storms that look like shrimp, the small size of it will allow angular momentum, thus to convert to a tighter rotation like this. We won't need as much forcing essentially to create a rotation that actually sticks out quite a little bit there. So there's your first thing, not tornado warned at all. But I mean, honestly, even though some of this is probably a bit side lobed, or maybe the mesocyclone, the spinning part of the storm, is just the whole storm, we could see a warning with that if it keeps looking like that, and the National Weather Service office decides it's enough of a threat, even despite its appearance, and only a little bit of moderate rainfall associated with it. Anything like that could still produce, believe it or not. The other thing I'm watching does look pretty good. Now it's an internal or an embedded supercellular structure, and that is just outside of the Oklahoma City radar. It's kind of in the line there, so that's why I call it embedded.
A new
You can
severe
see the
thunderstorm
hook
watch
and
has
shape
been
of it
issued.
best from the test bed radar. So I could send you a screenshot of that if you needed it. But it does have some rotation that's attempting to wrap together, but really hasn't done much of anything yet. There, just south of the radar, just northwest of Etowah and southwest of Pink. So that's on the southeast side of the metro. And then beyond that, I am open for any questions that you might see that are interesting from chat. If you want to do a Q&A, back and forth while we wait for any more warnings and our main corridor or timeline of concern regarding tornado threat today.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We definitely will encourage questions in the chat. If you guys have questions for Andy, if you have questions for myself or anybody else, really, feel free to ask them. We'll try to answer as many as possible. It's not very often that we get to do this together. So yeah, get the questions rolling. Yes, yeah, you can ask y'all a question if you want. I don't know how it'll answer, but we'll try that. If you are just now tuning in, we've got a lot of storms happening right now. I don't want to say that nothing's happening, right? Like there's definitely is some activity out there, but we are not at the part of this that is going to warrant the live stream. I don't think. I think that if there's going to be an increase in intensity, it's going to happen within the next couple of hours, and it's going to be associated with these storms right here. But at the moment, we do have a strong storm getting ready to move into Colgate, Gertie, and places like Wapanucka. I think I'm saying that right. In Oklahoma, and that's going to be bringing about 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. So get ready for that. And then we have a bunch of other storms that are out there as well, just below severe limits. One just moved through Oklahoma City, and it does have a couple of small areas of rotation within it that we have to watch. But for the most part, we're talking about 40 to 50 mile per hour winds and heavy rain moving over towards places like Shawnee and Tecumseh. Storms are moving over towards Tulsa as well. Right now, we've got a strong gust of wind moving through Stillwater, Oklahoma. That's going to be moving towards Tulsa a little bit later. And then we have a strong storm, not necessarily severe, but a stronger storm up here near Burbank, Oklahoma, moving towards Pawhuska. And then I've got Andy's shrimp marked down here north of Marshall. Oklahoma or Texas, I'm sorry. Even stuff like this is kind of on our radar tonight, as it doesn't look very intense. It could be dropping some pea-sized hail in Jefferson, but if we switch over to velocity, it is rotating. So Woodlawn, Pope City, Jefferson, although it seems unlikely right now, this is maybe something that might need to be watched for a little bit of rotation, so keep that in mind. And also any other storms that pop up around this. That's something to keep, we like to mention is like storms that pop up in the vicinity of other storms that are behaving a certain way will usually try to behave in a similar fashion. So we're going to watch this area as we go through the rest of the night. Stronger storm is popping up over here north and east of Abilene, Texas, specifically over here near Albany. I would just about bet our next severe thunderstorm warning will come from this storm. And it'll probably include Breckenridge, Texas here, as it's probably got some, at least, a quarter-sized hail and maybe some stronger winds above 55 miles per hour associated with it as it goes across Highway 180 here soon. Other than that, we've got some storms up here west of Wichita as well, but our main focus is still going to be on these storms right here. So we're watching and we are waiting. Nicholas WX, I've been watching since the beginning. I'm planning on going to Mississippi State for a broadcast Met degree after I'm out of high school. Nicholas, you're going to do great, man. I can tell by your profile picture. I can only see like a very small 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter preview of it. But I can tell from your profile picture you're going to be a great TV meteorologist. Do you think Tulsa will receive tornado activity? I don't think so. However, it certainly is not going to be as a non-active night, I guess I should say. There's going to be some heavy rain and some strong storms that'll move in here soon, and that rain and those storms will probably last a little while. Maybe some flooding.
A new tornado
is on
warning
the table.
has been issued.
All right, here we go. Tornado warning for Johnston, Cole, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. So let's fly down here and check this out closer. So this includes Tishomingo. This includes Witch Hole. And it's for Johnston, Cole, and Pontotoc counties. Once again, in Oklahoma, a new tornado warning was just issued here. Radar indicated rotation. Some of the places that are going to be in the path are the Spring Creek Ranch East Airport, McLish School, the Tishomingo National Wildlife Refuge, and of course, if you know anybody out there near the Arrow C $, or Lightning Campground, the rotating part of this storm is going to be moving right towards those areas. And in fact, we can see some rotation here just to the west of Tishomingo, south of Ravia. So we certainly need to be watching out over here near Russet and Tishomingo. This is moving almost directly towards the Spade campground. So make sure you guys are taking shelter over here in Johnston, Cole, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. Could potentially be a dangerous storm that we're dealing with here. New mesoscale discussion. A relatively greater chance of a tornado along the front as storms intersect. So this is that warm front we were talking about. And as storms pop up south of it and move into it and intersect with it and move along it, we are going to continue to see a relatively greater chance of a tornado. So things are starting to try to pick up a little bit here. Speaking of that storm, by the way, in Albany, Texas, the one that I think is probably going to warrant a severe thunderstorm warning here soon, storm chaser Bob Pack is on that storm. So we've got a live look at that right now down here in Albany, Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at that. That is a beautiful storm. And my goodness, we got another tornado warning in Oklahoma. Let's go back to the radar view and check that out. So this one's going to be for Atoka County and Bryan counties in Oklahoma. Now, this is the real radar hole. We can't tell much about this storm at all from velocity right now. However, we do see a little bit of rotation there. And also we see a storm that is mostly by itself in an environment that could allow for rotation. So it's better to be safe than sorry. And that's why we've got that tornado warning for that storm right now. This is going to be for, once again, Atoka and Bryan counties in Oklahoma, brand new tornado warning. If you know where the Flying E Ranch Airport is or Forest Hill School, those are in the path here, okay? The city of Atoka is in here, Caddo as well. Take shelter now if you haven't already. Now, this is a live view of a special weather statement storm in Texas that's likely soon to be that's likely soon to be warned for a severe thunderstorm here from Bob Pack in Albany, Texas. But you can see that this storm also has a little dangling bit to it, a little bit of a interesting lowering on the storm, something that we might have to watch as the storm gets stronger and moves off to the east, not necessarily in our greatest tornado area, but certainly in a place that we have to watch. It's a very strong updraft here. We're probably going to start to see big hail in the downdraft very soon if we're not already. So in Albany, Texas and points east, get ready. This is a very strong storm coming together fast. We also just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. I was wrong about the next severe thunderstorm warning. It wasn't that storm. It was this storm. Huge severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much every county south and east of Oklahoma City and Oklahoma. Cole, Hughes, Pontotoc, Atoka, Pittsburgh, Johnston, all these counties are now under a severe thunderstorm warning until about an hour from now. 3/4 inch hail is possible. 60-mile-per-hour winds are also possible. Some places in the path here include the Atoka State Game Refuge area, and of course the Spade and Lazy S campgrounds, and we can't forget the Colgate Municipal Airport is in the path of potentially receiving 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next hour or so. Get ready. Lots of lightning with these storms too. We were looking at a live view from Adam Lucio earlier of one of these storms, and the cloud to ground lightning was absolutely nuts, and I believe that nothing has changed. I think that's continuing to be the case. Ooh, Freddie McKinney's got a great view of the storm over here in Bryan County. Bryan County is under a tornado warning. Okay, so this is our tornado warned storm that's going up towards Atoka. I just saw in the chat somebody said the sirens are going off here in Atoka. Yes, you are under a tornado warning in Atoka. You're going to want to take shelter now.
An important weather update has been issued.
You've got a little while before the tornadic part of the storm gets to you. And also, we've got a pretty clear view of the base of the storm right now, and I don't necessarily see a tornado. That could change very fast. It certainly looks like it's capable of dropping a tornado soon. But you've got time now downstream here to take shelter. If you're in Caney, Tushka, Atoka, or any of these places out here in Bryan or Atoka counties in Oklahoma, you've got time to get to shelter, bring phone chargers, battery banks, put on your shoes, all that kind of stuff. That way you're not scared, but rather prepared in a worst case scenario where a tornado does come through. It's very unlikely, even when you're under a tornado warning, that you get hit by a tornado. But just in case, go ahead and get to your safe spot and bring everything you could possibly need with you. And we'll get through this one together. I'll be here on the air with you until the storm passes, and even beyond that. But yeah, really good structure to the storm. You can see it's a healthy storm. It's certainly got a rotating base. It's not necessarily producing a tornado at this moment, but it could very, very soon. Thank goodness Freddie McKinney is out there, because once again, the radar coverage in this specific spot is abysmal. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, despite it being abysmal, something we can use as a telltale, and likely what the National Weather Service Norman used to help identify this storm's precedence for a tornado warning, is the fact that if we look at the higher tilts, even though we're in a radar hole already, we look at higher tilts just to see how tall the storm is, I can see myself that it's actually rather rapidly blowing up. So in the last 10, 15 minutes, it's gone from maybe a 15 to 20,000 foot storm to showing up at 35,000 feet above the ground. And our typical strong tornado producing thunderstorms at this time of year at this latitude would reach 45 to 50,000 feet. So we're already kind of eclipsing, we're on pace to reach that tippy top of the troposphere right here in the vicinity of this warned storm. So something like that, the storm height does give us a really good look at the possible intensity of it, given all other factors in the environment. Then we can issue a preventative tornado warning, which is what I like to call those in a radar hole. We want you to take shelter because it looks like signs are pointing toward the storm being capable of producing one, and it's in the environment that can do it. So we use something like storm height, and also storm chasers that are in the area. Bless them for being there. That is incredible to be able to see the ground truth in a place we otherwise can't see, less than 13,000 feet above the ground. So that's one thing that I was looking at. Maybe the other thing is a slight presence of a developing mesocyclone. So I can tell that the storm would be classified as a supercell as well, just from this kind of garbled radar data that we can get. And Freddie's ground truth definitely confirms that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, who was keeping tabs on things in the
A new
background.
tornado
And here we
warning
go.
has been
We
issued.
just got an upgrade, or is that that's a whole new warning? Yep. Confirmed tornado warning now for Cole, Pontotoc, and Johnston counties in Oklahoma. So this is observed by weather spotters. This is not the storm that's heading for Atoka. This is not the one that we were just talking about. This is the storm a little bit farther to the north that's going up towards Stonewall, Tupelo, and Centrahoma. We have a confirmed observed tornado warning now for Cole, Pontotoc, and Johnston counties in Oklahoma. The Rock Creek Farm Airport and the McLish School is in the direct path of this thing. You got to take shelter now. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado near Pontotoc. All right. And at this point, it would be near East Jesse, Tupelo, or Centrahoma. So please take shelter if you're out here, once again, near Tupelo or Centrahoma, especially over there closer to the Rock Creek Farm Airport. You are in the path of a now confirmed tornado. We believe that we have a tornado on the ground here in Pontotoc County, moving into Cole and Johnston counties. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I'm just monitoring a couple different storm chaser feeds here. Watching a feed that we can't show on stream, unfortunately, but that we are getting reports that there is a ground scraping wall cloud near Caddo, Oklahoma. So now this is not going to be a tornado, but that means that the wall cloud is already so low to the ground that there are parts of it touching the ground. So that is going to be basically the last step before an actual tornado forms.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley. This is exactly why we started the stream, y'all. Things are coming together here. It does look like the conditions are becoming more and more favorable for tornadoes. So if you live anywhere out in front of these storms, you've got to really start thinking about what you're going to do if that warning comes through, as it looks more and more likely that we're going to have a long evening of tornadic activity for places like Gentry, or Gertie, Stewart, Ashland, Kiowa, Savannah, McAllister, Antlers, Clayton, Harshthorne, all these places in Oklahoma. These storms are coming for you, and they are gaining intensity on their way.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Oh, this Colt Lackey's got it figured out, man. Look at that. A movie theater storm shelter. You love to see it. Glad you're in the basement. Glad you're taking shelter. Hopefully you can come out soon, but you might not want to. That's really cool. Thank you for sending that in. If you can do so safely, and if you want to, you can send photos, and you can send videos and reports, whatever you've got for us. You can send that to me over on Twitter or X at Ryan Hall, y'all. Please only do that if you can do so safely. We've got people, storm chasing already. We don't need it, but if you want to show us stuff, especially stuff like that, or maybe damage after the fact, so we can help tell the story of what happened, that's a good way to do that. We also have email. You can find that in the description, I believe, and we have Facebook, Instagram, and all that stuff. We'll try to find them if you send us there, but Twitter's the best way. Ivan, thank you for the gifted. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornadic situation really starting to unfold here. We've got, reports of a wall cloud. We had visual of one not too long ago, and we've got 3 tornado warnings now. One tornado warning is down here in Bryan and Atoka counties, Oklahoma. That one's going to be for the next 45 minutes or so. We've got another one for the next 30 minutes for Johnston, Cole, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. That one includes places like Witch Hole and Mill Creek. Y'all need to be taking shelter right now. But probably the places that need to be taking shelter most immediately are going to be places in Johnson County and Cole counties in Oklahoma, especially up here near Tupelo, Stonewall, and Centrahoma, as this is a confirmed tornado warning. Weather spotters reported a tornado near Pontotoc. So we've got trained people out there that have seen it with their own eyes. George says, why are you live if it's not a hatched risk? We have thrown that rule out the window. We've got a lot of different parameters now that decide when we go live, and thankfully it's led us to this moment where we're live on a non-hatched risk day, likely for good reason, as the tornado warnings are really starting to roll out. Remember, we're going to be here for much of the afternoon and evening, or really until the storms are no longer needed to be covered. So if you want to help us reach more people, if you know somebody that lives out here in these affected areas in Northeast Texas, West Arkansas, Southeastern Oklahoma, please share this with them so that we can pass along vital information in this way. Some people don't like the news. They would prefer to get it this way. So we're going to be here for them, commercial free of charge all night. One confirmed warning, yep. What does hatched risk exactly mean? So I'll show you real quick. If this is loading now. Yeah, this is loading. All right. So today's tornado risk is inside this enhanced risk from the Storm Prediction Center, that yellow or orange area. That's a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather risk scale. It is driven by, or mostly driven by, a 10% probability of tornadoes here in southeastern Oklahoma. You see the yellow area? That's where we've got a 10 to 14% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point this evening. And you know, that's just tornadoes. You know, tornadoes can be strong sometimes they're not so strong, but we're just generally saying that there could be some tornadoes out here. However, tomorrow we've got the same thing, right? We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather. But if you look at the tornado probabilities, it's the same thing. We've got that yellow 10% area, but there's these dashed lines on top of it. That's a hatched risk. So the folks over at the Storm Prediction Center have decided that tomorrow they specifically believe that those tornadoes could be a little bit more dangerous or maybe stronger than the ones that were possible tonight. So normally, a lot of times in the past, like, we would just go live for every hatched risk, but we've changed the way that we do things now, and sometimes we'll go live and it's not even a hatched risk, and sometimes there will be a hatched risk and we won't go live because we don't think that it's necessary. It's driven by a lot of different factors, but the end result should be that we are live more often with this new system. So that's good. And the goal is to be there for as many people as possible, as often as possible, without oversaturating YouTube with, being live for every single severe thunderstorm warning is probably not a good idea. but we want to try to catch as many of these bigger systems as possible. So that's what we're here for today. And thankfully, because it does look like this is going to be a pretty significant severe weather event, especially if you're in Atoka, Oklahoma, or Colgate. Remember, you guys should be in your shelters right now in Atoka. The storm's getting closer. If there's a tornado developing, it's somewhere along Highway 69, 75, moving up towards Caney. Tushka is next in line, and then Atoka. That storm's coming right for you right now. Yeah, specifically, it's when the Storm Prediction Center believes that the damage from said tornadoes in the risk area could potentially be EF2 or greater after the fact. That's when they issue that hatched risk. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm hearing that the storm that's over Tupelo is still producing a tornado according to the Colgate Fire Department there. Colgate is a town just east of Tupelo along Highway 3. So they're claiming there's still a tornado on the ground. You can definitely see that supercellular structure there. The whole thing looks like a hook there as it passes over Highway 3. So confirmation from fire department, who may be amateur spotters, but it definitely does look like it's still capable of producing a tornado, despite the warning being radar indicated right now. Due to the distance from a radar, we encourage you to continue taking shelter, despite anything you may have heard that could indicate a change has occurred. So please continue taking shelter out in front of the storm, and expect another tornado warning to come out as an extension for this one that will go through southern Hughes County in Oklahoma and into parts of western Pittsburgh County, like areas for Ashland and Stewart, Gertie, and maybe even Calvin in southeastern Oklahoma here.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for that update. We still have a tornado on the ground here near Tupelo, Oklahoma, and Centrahoma. This is moving up past Lula. Once again, we called out the Rock Creek Farm Airport not too long ago. If there's a tornado down, it's going to go right past there near Highway 75 up towards Parker. Pretty soon, like Andy said, we're probably going to see another tornado warning polygon issued, and that'll likely include Ashland, Oklahoma. So y'all watch out. Y'all go ahead and get ready and plan what you're going to do when that warning comes through. Stewart, Oklahoma, y'all maybe need to be watching out as well, as this looks like a storm that could have some longevity to it. But we're going to hope that it weakens out. But right now, it's a very strong storm, still producing a tornado. Take shelter immediately if you haven't already. Also, look at all these light blue boxes back here behind this. We've got a ton of flash flood warnings coming out. Flash flooding is going to be a big problem in Ardmore, Marietta, Nocona, Tishomingo, Mill Creek. All of you guys, you're going to get recurring strong storms, and those creeks and streams are going to rise dangerously fast. It could be a life-threatening situation, so make sure you're watching them as the storms continue to come through. So yeah, Tupelo, Oklahoma, a big-time storm coming through. Tornado still on the ground somewhere near Highway 3, moving up past Centrahoma. Parker, Oklahoma, is another place that needs to be watching out. As if this thing stays on the ground, it's going to be coming right towards you. Additionally, our storm chasers that you see at the bottom of your screen, a lot of those guys are down here on this storm that's approaching Atoka, Oklahoma. This is another one that looks pretty serious. It's not dropped a tornado yet as far as we know, but it looks like it could very soon, especially the closer it gets to Atoka. So take shelter over there in Tushka and Atoka, Oklahoma. If you're around the Stewart Ranch Airport or the Forest Hill School, you are in the direct path of what could be a developing tornado. So take shelter immediately. All right, so officially, from the National Weather Service, our tornado warning for Tupelo and Centrahoma here now has the radar indicated tag on it. However, it is possible that gets upgraded again, as we have heard fairly recently that there was still a tornado on the ground. even if it lifted, it could come back very quickly. So get ready for that next warning in Non and Parker in Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Couple things here. Wouldn't be surprised if Bryan County in Oklahoma receives another warning for the cell that is to the south of the one that is passed by Caddo. I think Bogue Chitto or Bog Chitto and Tulane and Crystal could receive another warning. Some overlapping areas as well. So if you receive another warning on your phone in these areas, it is for a different storm passing by. That's to your south now, right there from Caddo and areas east. Should be thinking about that. So it does look the same as this previous one that did get warned in the same area. It's blowing up in the same way. The top of the storm is, reaching 35,000 feet once again. So I do think that another warning is possible in the preventative warning category. So I would not be surprised if we do see another warning for that storm if it continues to develop in much the same way. These are definitely the two concerning storms for a while. They're positioned like 30, 45 miles in front of the line of storms back behind it, which is exactly the sort of situation and positioning of the intense tornadoes that happened last night or earlier this morning in the Oklahoma City region and to the east. So those are definitely in the prime position to do what we don't want them to do if they continue to develop. And that's why I think that we may see another warning once again in Bryan County and further east in Bryan County. East of Durant. So if there is a warning for that, don't be surprised. That would be the reason why.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. We are watching. He's specifically talking about this storm. So there's another storm behind the tornado warned storm that might be a problem for places like Bogue Chitto, Bennington, and some of the same places that were just under a tornado warning not too long ago in Bryan County. They did just update that warning to where it's a little bit smaller now, but Atoka, you're still under the warning. Tushka, Caney, you guys are still under a tornado warning, and maybe a new one coming soon as this storm down here looks like it means business as it approaches you from the south. More warnings are coming out. We've got, of course, we've got all of our tornado warnings. We still got the one for Johnston and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. We've still got the one up here in Cole County as well. Take shelter if you guys haven't already. I want to take you to the severe thunderstorm warnings as well, though, because we've got a large one. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible as far north as Calvin, Oklahoma, and as far south as even Atoka, Oklahoma, which is under a tornado warning. Just know that
a new
if
tornado
you don't
watch
have a
has been
tornado to
issued.
deal with, you're at least going to have 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail over the next 45 minutes or so. So get ready for that. Additionally, there's another severe thunderstorm warning way up here in Kansas. Wichita is actually under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, and potentially some small hail is going to be possible here over the next little bit. Park City, Mays, Sedgwick, you guys are all included in this. Some other places that are included include the Kansas Spine and Specialty Hospital, the Riverfront Stadium, if you know where X Stadium is. Some of the stronger winds are going to go right through there. On top of that, we have the FedEx office center as well. And then you can't forget about the Ripley Park. So if you know where any of that stuff is, that's on the right side of the warning box where I think most of the strongest winds are going to be. So make sure you are getting to shelter if you haven't gotten there already. So strong storms up here in Kansas. Much stronger storms, however, in Oklahoma, and even more strong storms trying to get their act together way back here in Texas. We had a wonderful view of this from Bob Pack not too long ago. The storm near Albany, Texas, now moving over here towards Breckenridge, getting ready to go over the Green Ranch Airport. Get ready for some small hail and some gusty winds over here. These will probably make it over towards Graham, Texas here soon, and they will likely continue to get stronger as they do that. Let's go back to our tornado warnings, though. Still looking at our radar indicated rotation. Tornado warning for Johnston, Cole, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. And then same thing for Atoka County in Oklahoma. But we're watching this storm just to the south for maybe a new warning here soon. And speaking of that storm, this is what it looks like right now. So obviously a strong storm looks pretty similar to what we saw with our tornado warned storm. And you can tell that it is growing in intensity quite quickly. And look at all that lightning from Jason Cooley. Yeah, so Freddie, Bryce, and Jason, the three storm chasers you see in the top there, they're all on that same storm pretty much, or at least the two storms that we're watching, the ones near Bennington and Atoka in Oklahoma. So we've got a really good view of our two most intense storms right now, thankfully. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, and just listening to these storm chasers, there's 4 or 5 of them who are saying that there could be a very large tornado on the ground, but they can't get a view of it because of the trees. But at this point, I think it's safe to assume that there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. So if you're in the polygon and you haven't taken shelter for whatever reason, please go ahead. If there's not a tornado on the ground, it's going to be on the ground shortly.
All right, thank you so much, Riley. Who is listening to the audio feeds from all of these storm chasers as well. I've got some inside baseball on the ground, and you know, it's sometimes things can get confusing, but like it seems like there's a consensus that there's a tornado on the ground here with this storm moving up towards Atoka. So if the warning itself wasn't enough to get you into shelter, maybe that will do it. Please consider getting into your safe spots if you haven't already. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible in Atoka, Oklahoma. Also Tushka. Some smaller places that are in the path here include Milk Lane, Meadow Road, Shady Lane, and of course this will cross 13th Street here as it goes towards Atoka. Also, if you know where the Forest Hill School is, if there's a tornado on the ground, it would parallel an area between Highway 69 and the Forest Hill School as it approaches Highway 3 from the south and west. Up here in our other tornado warning that's in effect for Centrahoma and Stonewall, we just got a new flash flood warning. So flash flooding and a tornado, not a good combination. Make sure you've got situational awareness and you understand that you need to get into your safe spot, preferably close to the ground, but also know that the water is going to be rising very quickly as the rain's coming down very fast. Once again, that's for Hughes, Atoka, Pontotoc, Johnston, all these counties in Oklahoma. Places like the Colgate High School, the Colgate Municipal Airport are included in that flash flood warning. It's raining so heavily that apparently at the Tupelo Fire Department, those guys that were talking about the tornado earlier near Centrahoma and Tupelo, they're claiming now that they've got 10 feet of visibility in front of them due to the heavy rain. So definitely flash flooding is going to happen very quickly. Also, you've got to consider, that if there is a tornado still happening out here, it's likely rain wrapped. So you're not going to be able to see it, that one anyways. These over here, a little bit more, closer to Atoka, are likely going to be visible if these guys can get out of the trees. Here's a live view from Freddie McKinney, who's in Atoka County, Oklahoma, trying to give us a view of what could be a tornado back there. Bryce Shelton is in a similar area. And then Boca Cheeto, we've got a view of the base of that storm, a pretty clear view, actually, from Jason Cooley.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've got ourselves a new tornado warning. Let's go check it out. This is going to be for Hughes, Cole, and Pontotoc counties. Once again, this includes Calvin, Stewart, and Gertie. So this is an extension of the tornado warning that was potentially producing a tornado near Tupelo. Now it's going to be moving up towards Gertie once again, and Stewart in Oklahoma. Take shelter now, especially if you're around Pine School or the Christopher M. Rippe Memorial Airport or Lobo Field. Very strong storm capable of producing a tornado is moving right towards you.
Ryan, we got some fresh data coming in. At 6:18 p.m. Eastern Time, down near Wichita Eisenhower in Kansas, winds were clocked at a solid 57 miles per hour, according to the ASOS. That's some serious gust action. Back to you, Ryan.
So it sounds like even as far north as into portions of Kansas, we're seeing close to 60 mile per hour winds. That's associated with our severe thunderstorm warning up here near Wichita. That's moving up towards Park City and Sedgwick. Y'all get ready up there for some stronger winds and some heavier rain as well. Most of the action right now, though, is in Oklahoma. That's where all of our tornado warnings are. So that's where we are kind of focused right now. Yep, some people are asking about the tropics. We do have potential tropical cyclone 18 as well. We're going to be talking about that some tonight, but right now we are really kind of honed in on our tornado threat as it is starting to get more and more serious. Reports of a hydroplaned U-Haul south of Atoka. One lane southbound has traffic blocked. Now it's blocked and shut down. So I'm guessing we're hearing that from our storm chasers who are in that area. So something's definitely going on out there. Maybe a tornado. That's why we need everybody in Atoka to take shelter. If there is a tornado in and around the Atoka, Oklahoma area, it's going to be moving through town very soon. So to be safe, let's get to our safe spots right now. Run, don't walk, and let's hope for the best, because if you're in town, you don't have much longer before that rotating part of the storm gets to you. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just one thing of note. Jason Cooley is not on that northern tornado warned storm. He's actually on the one to the south, and it looks like that one might actually start to become more dominant over the next half hour or so. So it's something to keep an eye on.
Thank you, Riley. Yeah, so we've got the storm that's going through Atoka, Oklahoma right now, and then the one Jason's on, if you look at the top right, that storm chaser feed there, that's near Boca Chica in Bennington. So that's this other storm to the south of our tornado warned storm, and that's also the one that Andy pointed out not too long ago. So we've got a perfect view of the base of this one as it tries to wrap up and maybe produce a tornado here soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we've got a new tornado warning that's come out now for Atoka and Cole counties in Oklahoma, and that's exactly what we thought. It's going to be for areas north of Atoka. Okay, so this is a continuation of the tornado warning that we already had in place for Tushka and Atoka. Now we're continuing that down towards Stringtown. We're continuing it towards Berg and Limestone Gap. So take shelter now if you're in Atoka or Cole counties in Oklahoma. Some places in the path here include the Boggy Bend School and Atoka State Game Refuge area. All right, y'all don't like the new... some people don't like the new y'all bought voice. We got to back up. And also, I need to grab a water. So you tell me what you think about this one.
Hey Ryan, heads up. We've got a report from just west-southwest of downtown Wichita, Kansas. Around 6:22 p.m. Eastern, folks estimated wind gusts between 50 and 60 miles per hour, hitting a peak at 60 miles per hour. This info comes straight from the public. All right, back to you, Ryan.
Okay, so the reason I'm bringing that up is because that's associated with our Kansas storm. I want to make sure we're covering everything here. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas, Oklahoma. We've got special weather statements in Texas. And now we've got, we're going to be hyper focused, I think, on the tornadoes here in Oklahoma. But I want to make sure we cover everything. So we really don't like that one. We'll try them all. We'll try them all until we find one that everybody's all right with. I think it's interesting. Why not have fun with it? Oh man. If you are just now tuning in, we are doing wall to wall, nonstop, commercial-free coverage of this potential significant tornado situation that's trying to develop over here in Oklahoma and Texas, maybe into western portions of Arkansas later. And that's what's happening right now. We currently have 3 tornado warnings, and we have multiple reports of tornadoes that have come in. But right now, at this very moment, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground. We think that's likely to change here soon. So we're really trying to do our best to get out in front of these storms and make sure that everybody's taking shelter as it comes in. No, y'all bot's not taking anybody's jobs. I saw that in the chat. Y'all bot is an addition to the team. We've still got Andy, Elijah, Riley. Everybody is still here, and we're never going to replace people with robots. All right. We're taking advantage of all available technology. Okay, that's what we do here. Y'all are plumb wild. Bob Pack's got a great view of the storm down there in Texas. It's still below severe limits for the most part. But a really impressive looking storm down there near Breckenridge, Texas. Lauren is sending this in from Atoka, from our storm cellar in Atoka. So glad you have a storm shelter, and I'm glad you're down there. Hopefully you don't have to stay down there long. The biggest part of the storm has actually moved past Atoka already. So if you haven't seen a tornado yet, Lauren, hopefully you won't. But I'm going to say that you should stay in your safe spot for a little while longer until the warning is officially allowed to expire. Also, because you might get another tornado warning that we have to worry about here soon with this next storm that's forming to the south. So just get kind of cozy down there. Keep me with you. We'll let you know whenever it's time to come out. I thought it'd be weird if we gave y'all bot my voice. You guys could probably get tired of hearing me talk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there were some big time storms last night in Oklahoma, around the Oklahoma City area. There was at least 11 people injured after the tornado spawning thunderstorms moved through Oklahoma last night. About 1 to 3 a.m. is when that happened. We currently have 3 active tornado warnings. Just to go through them one more time, we do have the one for Atoka County, Oklahoma. That's going, honestly, that's going to be allowed to expire here within the next 5 minutes or so. So we're going to move right on to the tornado warning for Cole and Pontotoc counties. The rotating part of this storm is getting awfully daggone close to the Stewart Mountain Air Park. So if you guys are around there, hopefully you're in your safe spots. Then it's going to go up towards, Stewart, and then eventually on towards McAllister. But hopefully that warning's allowed to expire, as the rotation with it isn't necessarily as impressive as it once was. Honestly, the storm that I'm most concerned about now is the one south of Atoka. So we're going to continue to watch it. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I definitely don't think it was a tornado, but we did just have some sort of brief shear funnel or actual funnel on Bob Pack's feed in Texas.
All right, thank you, Riley. So our storm, our special little storm that doesn't qualify for a severe thunderstorm warning, just a special weather statement in Texas, continues to wow us. Maybe a little funnel associated with it there not too long ago on Bob Pack's feed, and that's the one that you can see right there. We just got a new huge severe thunderstorm warning. Look at the size of that. A giant severe thunderstorm warning issued for a large portion of southeastern Oklahoma, Atoka, Cole, Hughes, Pittsburgh, and Johnston counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to go until 6:45 Central. The Buster Height RV campgrounds included in that.
An important weather update has
so
been
is
issued.
the Atoka State Game Refuge and the Christopher M. Memorial Airport. Get indoors. This is going to be a pretty strong line of storms as it comes through. All right,
A new tornado watch has been issued.
That fire department is just officially got logged into the system. So let's hear, just so you guys can hear the original voice of Y'allbot. We'll hear about it from her there, and you guys tell me which one you like better.
Hey Ryan, heads up. We've got a new tornado report. At 6:02 p.m. Eastern, a train spotter saw a tornado moving across State Highway 3, just west of Tupelo, Oklahoma. No size reported.
Yeah, so we've already heard about that one, but that was the original voice. And that's old, by the way. 6:03 Eastern was 40 minutes ago. Hey, from now on, will you relay times to me in Central Time? We're talking about Oklahoma today.
Got it, Ryan. I'll use Central Time for Oklahoma updates. Back to you.
Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably the way to go right there. The other ones are more emotive, but probably too much. I want my robot to sound like a robot. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get too human-like. Bob's storm continues to look really impressive. It's not that's not anything. It's not a severe storm or anything, but it's just a really impressive looking storm down there near Breckenridge, Texas. So our storm that produced the tornado warning for Atoka, it's continuing to move up towards Kiowa. The rotation with it looks like it might have slowed down a little bit. Same thing with the rotation with our storm that moved through Tupelo. It's not looking quite as intense. It's a little bit more broad now. However, it might be trying to come back together right in here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was producing a tornado earlier. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it move up towards Calvin and Stewart and Lamar, Oklahoma later and produce another tornado. There's a lot of wind here. There's a lot of convergence, and this signature can often lead to tornadic activity. So keep that in mind. We're not out of the woods yet, and we're under a tornado warning for an extended period of time. Additionally, it's hard to see anything via radar, but not a lot going on with our storm to the south of the Atoka storm either, although it does look like this is going to be our dominant storm now. So hopefully we continue to not see any further developments with it, but we've got a lot of storm chasers on that storm, and if there is a tornado with it, we will be some of the first ones to see it right here. And that big ominous cloud that you see from Bob's point of view is this little storm over here in Texas. Let me show you. This is it. Not severe thunderstorm warned or anything. Special weather statement. So it looks pretty ominous, but it's not really doing much of anything right now. The Texas storm is just happy to be included. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so what we've got going on up here near Gertie, Oklahoma, once again, at this point is probably the most concerning thing. A little bit of a bookend vortex trying to happen here. You can see the massive amounts of winds that are rotating here, and this is a good lesson as well. If you're new here, if you haven't heard us talk about how to read a radar before, velocity, whenever everybody's pretty much familiar with this, right? You've got the big red and yellow blobs, and the brighter the colors, like the pinks and the purples there, indicate where we've got really heavy precipitation usually, and maybe some hail. We all know about this. This is what we usually see when we talk about the radar. But the velocity, to some people, this is a new product to learn about. And basically what we're looking at here is wind speed and direction. The really bright colors are fast moving winds, and then the color indicates the direction. So usually the greens will indicate winds moving towards the radar. The reds indicate winds moving away. So you can see here that we've got rotation, but it's very broad. It is trying to tighten up right here around Gertie, though. On the back side of this line of storms, what we call a little bit of a bookend vortex trying to happen there, and that does historically tend to try to produce tornadoes. So we're concerned about Gertie to Stewart, and we've got an official update coming in from our meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Love the explanation of the book in Vortex. I was actually going to talk about that, but you handled it gracefully. So, what I'll tell you about now is a case for everyone who's watching along on radar and maybe trying to tell us something here. It does actually, to the untrained eye, look like there would be a CC drop with our storm that is north of Stringtown, north of Atoka, headed to Wardville. But what's actually happening there is the radar beam from the Oklahoma City radar is up radial, passing through a hail core, and that's causing some beam filling. So everything down radial, which is the path that the beam is taking away from the radar, essentially, is has some correlation coefficient values that do not correspond to what's actually happening there. We call that non-uniform beam filling. It's really easy to see with those beams that go outward from a certain point. It's like, oh, this radar beam is hitting a storm here and it's hitting a bunch of hail. Everything past that point where the radar beam travels to is just kind of scattered on the correlation coefficient product. And it just so happens that some of that scattering is right over where we might expect a tornado debris signature to show up with this warned storm near Wardville, right in the hook of it, right? But that's actually, with the careful analysis here, just a little bit of gosh, I lost the word, but like it's just not true to what is it's not a debris signature. Essentially, it is a non-uniform beam filling from the hail core to its north and west near Centrahoma. So for anyone who is looking at that and wondering if there is a debris signature there, that is not actually what is happening there, and we are unable to tell if there is a debris signature, essentially. So just a little bit of some in-depth, really weird case of radar analysis, but you got to be aware of all possibilities here so you don't accidentally call out something that's not happening.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Lots of people looking at the radar and lots of people talking about it, which is good. Always love to see that and love to see people learning, but also very important to talk about stuff like that as well. We don't want to mention too much something that might be not actually the case. So if you like learning about the radar, by the way, if you like hearing about this, if you like hearing about radar scans and correlation coefficient and velocity, and you want to learn more, obviously watching the streams and listening to Andy talk and stuff like that is a great way. But our Discord server is also a cool place to kind of lurk and hang out. If you want to join that, there's about 30,000 weather nerds in there. There's a link in the description, I believe, and our mods will put it in the chat. It's getting dark out there, and we're starting to see the lightning in all of its glory through the storm chaser cameras there. It's also going to become harder to see tornadoes. If we see tornadoes tonight, they will likely be illuminated by lightning strikes. So things get more dangerous whenever the sun sets, especially when we're talking about tornadoes. So keep that in mind. We're not going to be able to see them coming. They could be strong. They could be, powerful storms. So make sure you have a plan tonight to receive warnings and get to shelter whenever that warning comes through. Don't get caught with your pants down. Don't get scared because you didn't know what was coming and you didn't know what to do next. Go ahead and get ready now.
An important weather update has been issued.
Right now, the places that are under tornado warnings are Hughes County, Oklahoma. And honestly, that one's going to be allowed to expire.
A new tornado
soon.
Warning has been issued.
And then additionally, we've got Cole County, Oklahoma. That one's also going to be allowed to expire soon, but they just now issued a new warning that's kind of a continuation of that includes Kiowa. That includes Ashland. It includes Savannah and the McAllister Army.
A new tornado watch has
plant.
been issued.
So that's what we're dealing with there. That's Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma. The Flying H Airport is included in that. Savannah, Oklahoma. Take shelter now. Oh, I just got the notification. Unusual join activity detected on our Discord server. Uh-oh. You guys are blowing it up. What's if there's a new graphic that comes out for that watch, somebody send it to me. I'm not seeing it right now. Yep, we've got a tornado warning for southeastern Pittsburgh County and southeastern Oklahoma. It expires in 24 minutes. Outside of the tornado threat, we also have the possibility of 1 inch in diameter hail being associated with this storm as well in Kiowa and Savannah, Oklahoma. Additionally, we have this very large line of storms that's coming through here. This is about to cause some problems in Colgate, Oklahoma. Get ready. This is going to be strong winds, maybe in excess of 60 miles per hour. Also, some hail, about 3/4 inch hail is going to be possible there. And additionally, places like Atoka, which you are not under a tornado warning anymore. If you're in Atoka or Tushka in Oklahoma, you can come out of your safe spot, but this severe storm is going to be the next thing that hits you. And this could be packing, once again, some 60 mile per hour winds and some small hail. So certainly don't be outdoors as that comes in. And this is also likely going to cause a flash flooding problem over there, like it already is in Ardmore, Tishomingo, Mill Creek, Colgate, Gertie, Calvin, Stewart. All these places are under flash flood warnings right now. These storms are kind of going to train over the same areas over and over again. Yep, we got 3 tornado warnings, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, 7 flash flood warnings. At 5:23 Eastern, there was a wind speed of 61 miles per hour recorded in Kansas, up there near the storm near Wichita. That storm's faded out a little bit. We no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas. That's why we haven't checked on that storm in a while. There's no new tornado watch. They're trimming the current one down. Your notification is thinking there's a new one for status updates. That's what I thought might be happening. And I need to write that down so I can fix it. Yep, there is a tropical storm brewing in the Caribbean. It's probably going to be a tropical storm tomorrow, Tropical Storm Raphael. And it's probably going to eventually impact the U.S. in some way. Maybe as a tropical storm, maybe as a hurricane, maybe as just a tropical rainstorm. We're still not 100% certain about that just yet. The National Hurricane Center actually just posted a new cone for it, which is a little bit different than the other one that we just looked at. Here's the latest on what will soon be Tropical Storm Rafael. Potential Tropical Cyclone 18 will be a tropical storm tonight, early tomorrow. It's going to bring tropical storm force conditions to Jamaica. It'll make landfall in Cuba as a hurricane on Wednesday. Once again, in Cuba on Wednesday. It'll continue to be a hurricane until it gets out into the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, where we expect it to be a tropical storm by 1 p.m. on Friday. And from here, we don't know what's going to happen next. It really depends on a lot of different things. The Gulf of Mexico is certainly warm enough to sustain a hurricane. However, it is less warm than it was whenever we had those rapidly intensifying hurricanes earlier this year. Or earlier in the season. So I don't know if we can expect to see, that level of activity in the Gulf with this. However, it's certainly warm enough to sustain a hurricane. But at the same time, we've got all of these severe weather systems moving through. We've got all these big temperature fluctuations happening in the lower 48. Those are associated with big trough ejections. And there's going to be a lot of residual wind shear out there that the storm has to overcome or luckily escape before it can make landfall as a significant storm here. So hopefully I'm hoping for the best, and hopefully this just ends up being a tropical rainstorm. But right now it's very real. It's a very real possibility that we've got a tropical storm at least on our hands on Friday, really close to Louisiana or Mississippi or Alabama or the panhandle of Florida. By the way, we've also, so far today, we have raised $1,000 for the Y'all Squad. Thank you so much for that. Hopefully we don't need to use any of it for these storms that are happening tonight. But of course we will if we need to. What's happening with the Y'all Squad over the next couple of days, though, is Caleb Beecham is getting on a plane, and he's going to be in Florida tomorrow. We're doing some interviews with some families down there near, I believe, Punta Gorda. We're talking to some people that were impacted by Hurricane Milton. We're going to help them out, and of course we're going to be talking to local officials and seeing what else we can do down there. We already did our supply drops and our Y'all Hub thing down there, but then Caleb's going to fly to North Carolina, so we're still to this day doing stuff in North Carolina. We've got some other appointments, some other interviews that we're going to do with people that have lost everything. We're going to try to help them out. And we should be pretty close to delivering you guys a video of all of our efforts. So watch out for that over on the Y'all Squad YouTube channel. We've got 2 tornado warnings right now. One of them is going to be for Hughes County. The other one's going to be for Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma. Pittsburgh County, Savannah, Ward Springs, and Haywood. You guys are under a tornado warning. You want to take shelter if you haven't already. Nothing confirmed on the ground right now, though. We are about to get a big burst of wind in Stringtown. Y'all get ready for that. Maybe up to 60 mile per hour winds over the next little bit. How's Joplin going to be? Joplin probably not going to be too terribly, impacted by the storms tonight. However, tomorrow, Joplin, Missouri is under a little bit of an elevated risk for severe weather, slightly more so than today. I'll show you the risks again. for anybody who's interested. This is what we're dealing with tonight. Enhanced risk of severe weather there in the orange. Yellow is slight yellow on this map, indicates that 10% probability of seeing tornadoes. So the tornado hot spot is pretty much where the storms are right now, over towards Choctaw Nation. Antlers, the storms have not gotten to Antlers yet. They've not gotten to Roswell or Caddo or Durant. Well, they've gotten there, but they've kind of lofted off to the north. More storms are going to be possible in those areas over the next little bit. So that Joplin, you're in the 2% tornado risk. So there is some threat for some wind and some hail and an isolated tornado as the storms come through tonight, but it's nothing really to worry about a whole lot. Tomorrow, on the other hand, in southwestern Missouri, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather. This is driven by a tornado threat. Hatched risk of severe weather or tornadoes is in the little bit of southwestern Missouri, a little bit of western Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, northeastern Texas. This means that there's a 10% probability of seeing tornadoes within a 25-mile radius of any given point there. But also it means that those tornadoes could potentially be strong, producing EF2 or greater damage. We've also got just a general wind risk in place as well, 30% chance of some damaging winds out here. So get ready for that. Tomorrow looks to be an active day and maybe a more widespread severe weather day as well. Can we ever just get a relaxing storm? There are lots of, I guess, what you could call relaxing storms. We're usually not live for them. But this one right here, as of right now, isn't terrible. I think that we've got a lot, we've got to be concerned in Savannah. For the storm that's coming up past the McAllister Army ammunition plant, and then also eventually up there into McAllister, we might see a new tornado warning issued for that area. We're also continuing to watch the storm near Stringtown, as it could potentially try to rotate enough to produce a tornado here soon. But right now, for the most part, there's no confirmed tornado as far as we know. We just got a couple of storms that are capable of producing one, and we're watching them closely, especially as this bigger one near Savannah gets closer to McAllister. Hopefully everybody up there is ready to take shelter just in case, but for now we're good. Lots of lightning out there, as you can see from our storm chasers who are now in the dark. The sun has set. Big lightning strike on that traffic camera down there in Tulsa too. So it's storming in Tulsa. No severe weather in Tulsa, just a lot of rain, and as you can tell, some cloud to ground lightning strikes. This rain is going to last a while, so get used to it. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Been watching this storm for a while now. It's entering that same corridor that's previously produced a couple of tornado warnings west of Caddo and Caney here in Oklahoma. So this is more in the line, more of a sort of semi-embedded supercell. The velocity on it is currently side-lobed, meaning a bunch of the velocities that we're sampling are outside of the main storm, and thus we're not getting a good picture of what's actually happening in the storm. A little bit of distortion going on. So I would not issue a tornado warning off of what we see on the velocity there alone, but you can see a little area of still rotation. We can infer there is rotation, but we don't know quite the magnitude of it. yet, given the conditions of the radar scan here. So I would say y'all watch out here as the storm goes through Coleman with some heavy rain and hail, and then goes through or tracks through the western side of Atoka near Lehigh, Colgate, and those areas.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Bringing our attention down here to Hopewell and Folsom and Coleman and places that need to be watching out for this storm that's coming through. We're going to watch it and see what happens next. But right now, it's time to get ready, just in case. If you're watching this channel, your goal is to be more weather prepared than your average person. So you've got time to go ahead and assume that you're going to have to take shelter here soon and get your plan in place for when that moment comes, if it comes. And then this storm is also eventually going to go up just to the west of some of the places that were just under a tornado warning near Tushka and Atoka and Lehigh, or actually towards Lehigh, like Andy was saying, and Colgate down the line. So y'all can get ready as well. Our 2 active tornado warnings are up here. I would say that the one for Stewart and Calvin will probably be allowed to expire soon as the rotating part of that storm is exiting the polygon. It'll be interesting to see if they issue a new warning for Scipio and Ulan, as this is still a very large rotating storm, but it's very large. There's not a very tight pocket of rotation that I'm seeing right now. But since that can change pretty rapidly, we might see another warning issued for that part of the storm.
An important
also
weather
maybe
update
not.
has been issued.
And then also we're looking for McAllister to potentially receive a new tornado warning at some point here as well. Maybe. Two tornado warnings, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, 7 flash flood warnings. Flash flooding is going to be a big problem tonight. Here's what it looks like in Savannah, Oklahoma. And that is some heavy rain. If you get a couple hours of that, it's almost certainly going to cause flash flooding.
A new tornado warning has been
Here
issued.
comes our new tornado warning. And there we go. It's the one that Andy was just talking about. Meteorologist Andy Hill thankfully drew our attention to this one early before the warning was even issued. And now Atoka, Tushka, and Stringtown, you guys are under a tornado warning again. And this also includes the town of Lehigh. So this is going to be for Cole, Atoka, and Johnston counties in Oklahoma. There's a new tornado warning here. Please take shelter. This is going to go for the next 50 minutes. Take shelter now, especially if you are around the Atoka Middle School, or once again, Forest Hill School is also in the path of this storm here. And if you look at the map here, all these pink dots are storm chasers. So there's a lot of cameras out there and ways for us to see this storm produce a tornado if that's what it's going to do. So we've got a lot of eyes on this one. We've got you covered there in Atoka, but we need you to get back into your safe spots at least for the next 50 minutes. So now 3 tornado warnings. 2 of those are probably about to be allowed to expire. This newest one is probably the one that will be locked into for the next 50 minutes or so, unless there's some new development that happens elsewhere. We do have a flash flood warning to report now in Arkansas, which is different because the rest of our flash flood warnings have been in Oklahoma. This one includes Odin, Norman, Mount Ida. This is Montgomery and Polk counties in Arkansas. Places like the Albert Pike Recreation Area are potentially being flooded right now, so avoid those. Way over in Arizona, we still got a special weather statement for Phoenix, Florence, Buckeye, and Whitman. This is going to go on for probably another 5 minutes or so before they allow that to expire, but some small hail is possible over here. And we still have a special weather statement in Texas for Nolan County in Texas for Sweetwater for small hail and gusty winds as this storm is approaching Abilene. And I believe that, this storm is going to be approaching Abilene over the next little bit. So let's go back to our latest tornado warning over here near Atoka, Oklahoma. And this is pretty much where we're going to be settling in for the next little bit, unless there are other developments. By the way, we've still got about 16,000 people without power in Oklahoma due to those storms this morning. I would assume that a couple of those are additional power outages associated with the storms that we're seeing tonight. But we had close to 100,000 people without power when I woke up this morning. Just got a notification that another Hurricane Hunter
A new
mission
tornado
is underway.
warning has been issued.
So we've got another flight going out to check out our potential tropical cyclone that we'll keep track of today or this evening as well. All right, new tornado warning. This one's going to be also for Atoka and Cole counties in Oklahoma. This one's north of Atoka. It's for the storm that's impacting Colgate right now. If we look at velocity, you can see that there is some rotation right here, mostly to the east of Colgate, south of Highway 31, west of the Atoka Wildlife Management Area, moving north and east towards Kiowa and Wardville and Cairo, Oklahoma. You guys need to take shelter if you haven't already. Some other places in the path here include the Wallace Bird Middle School. Take shelter if you haven't already. That's a dangerous storm. We might see an addition to that warning here soon. I believe we've got a boundary between National Weather Service offices here. So Savannah, you might end up under another tornado warning here soon. Unfortunately, you just came out of your safe spots, but we probably want you to get back in there. If they issue a new warning, y'all watch out. Atoka, Oklahoma, you guys, hopefully you're back in your safe spots as well as you are under another tornado warning. That storm's getting closer to you. Lehigh, Tushka, the storm continues to look concerning. No official confirmed reports yet, however, of a tornado down, but it could change.
A new tornado watch has
Patrick
been issued.
Starr says, Ryan, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks to you and your team for your dedication and hard work and keeping us weather aware during severe weather. Thanks for being reliable. Thanks for being our reliable guides through all kinds of weather. Patrick, that's so nice of you and so generous of you. Thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, Patrick. Jareth, most of those power outages are to the west of this, but I'm sure that there are new power outages happening with these storms, just because of the massive amount of electrical activity and the winds. Definitely strong winds associated with these storms, even outside of the tornadoes. Yep, that most recent warning is for Cole and Atoka counties in Oklahoma. I've got to step away from the computer here for 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, Ryan, to add to that, we've got a tornado warning in effect for east central Johnston, southeastern Cole, and southwestern Atoka counties in Oklahoma until 7 p.m. CST. A severe thunderstorm near Coleman is showing radar-indicated rotation, moving northeast
important
at
weather
35
update has been
miles per
issued.
hour. Folks in Atoka, Tushka, and Stringtown, especially near Atoka Junior-Senior High School and Forest Hill School, need to take cover now. This storm could cause damage to homes, vehicles, and trees. Avoid windows, and if you're outside or in a mobile home, get to a sturdy shelter fast. Stay safe, everyone. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Y'allbot. Yep, that does include Stringtown. It's on the northern side of the polygon. John, I don't think I've heard anything specifically from Tulsa, but I think there was some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that were recorded up that way. So that could be what you felt. One more thing, I gotta step away for another second or so. This time, just leaving the air open just in case somebody needs to come through. But I'll be back 30 seconds tops.
Hey guys, it's Elijah here. So I have good news. There is basically no news yet. That is why you've not heard from me a lot today. There's not really been any damage reports coming out, like who trees with broken branches. The fire department saw a power flash that was outside of the warnings. That's it though. So I think today you don't really want to hear from me because if I'm talking, it probably means there's going to be damage that I need to report. But right now, at least, there is no damage to really report. So that is why you have not heard me today.
So thank you, Elijah, and we're back. We're ready to go now for an extended period of time. We are standing at the weather desk now. We started the stream sitting, which is different. No news is good news. That's exactly right. We still have our tornado warnings. No updates, no significant changes to that. So there's nothing to report on there other than, we do have some updated radar scans. Still looks, kind of concerning for our folks in Atoka. So If you're in Atoka, Oklahoma, it's again, you've heard 20 times now today that you should get to shelter, and here's the 21st time. Please get down there, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. Hopefully, this is the last tornado warning that we've got to deal with down here tonight. But unfortunately, there are several more storms to kind of go through. Another area of rotation that looks more significant now, I would say, is over here near Wardville. Wardville, Oklahoma, takes shelter now. That's going to go up towards Kiowa and Ashland and Savannah eventually. That looks like it might be. That looks like actually a stronger area of rotation. Genius. Thank you for the incredibly generous contribution. Big $100 super chat there from Genius. Thank you for that. How do I pull? Genius by birth. You offer an invaluable service. Thanks for your countless hours of dedication to keeping fellow Americans in the know. Thanks for using your platform to help so many in times of tragedy. Amazing team. Genius by birth, thank you so much for the very kind words. John says he's got a picture for us over there on Facebook, so we will be looking for that. Rose says, is Andy Hill on vacation? Absolutely not. He was just here, and he'll be back. That's right, White Lion. I'm doing good, NS Train. Yeah, we've got our eyes on Tulsa. Right now, it's just a heavy rainstorm in Tulsa for the most part. We've got some cameras out there looking at it, and we've seen some impressive lightning from the one on the bottom right there, but no severe weather in Tulsa right now or in the very near future. Hey, we finally got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. We've been waiting on this moment. Here we go. Sweetwater, Texas is under a severe thunderstorm warning. 1 inch in diameter hail is possible with that one. And that's going to be moving up towards Trent and causing some problems along Interstate 20 near Sweetwater and Merkel, west of Abilene in Texas. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm looking at McAllister, Oklahoma right now. Through differential reflectivity, actually, you can see the shape of the supercell that's kind of embedded in there, nestled right up in there just north of that hail core, north of the town and heading away from McAllister towards Crowder and Canadian, Oklahoma, along Highway 69 there. There is a bit of rotation. It's to the east of those brighter velocity values. So I am concerned about that as it's wrapped up and is maybe getting nudged a little bit north and east by this hail core. So that separate supercell structure is just north of those pinks there. So you can see it just north of McAllister is that area of rotation. That's come together in the last few minutes. It's not very strong, but may be worth a tornado warning. So if there is one issued in Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma, that is the reason why.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're keeping an eye on Pittsburgh County over here near Canadian, Indianola, Hanna, near McAllister. We've got an area of interest to keep an eye on. Y'all watch out, and if there's a warning, know what you're going to do whenever it comes through. Existing warnings that are continuing to cause problems, down here near Kiowa. I would also be watching out over here near Ashland and Savannah, as well as a new tornado warning might be issued soon as an extension of the one that was issued for Colgate. If not, then we are at least going to see a strong, severe thunderstorm here in those areas over the next little bit, with winds around 60 miles per hour or higher. And then Atoka, Oklahoma. You guys still have a rotating storm headed right for you, and that's why you've got that tornado warning in effect. So please be in your safe spots. This storm in particular will be over soon, but we've just got to get through this part right here. Once that gets by you, hopefully nothing, hopefully nothing comes of it, but it very well could be a tornado. But once that gets by you, we'll be done for a little bit in Atoka. For a little bit. There's more storms coming, unfortunately. This is another place that I think could potentially have some problems with flooding tonight. Fort Smith, Arkansas, so far so good. These storms are heading for you, though. They will make it to Fort Smith. When they get there, I don't know if we're still going to be talking about tornadoes or not, but we will certainly be talking about strong, damaging winds. So y'all need to be ready for that in a couple of hours. Is Oklahoma City clear for the night? Yes, for the most part. The storms are over in Oklahoma City. We'll see them return at some point early in the morning or during the day tomorrow. But the worst of it is certainly over for Oklahoma City, I believe. Heidi Anderson. Huge shout out to Heidi. Everybody say thank you to Heidi. And, of course, Genius for the very big super chats. Says, your channel is a staple in my home during storms, calm and super informative. Thank you. Heidi, thank you for being here and thank you for the support. Didn't have to do that, but we appreciate the kind words. Like I said earlier, we're here today. And theoretically, if we stick to our new criteria, I guess, whatever you want to call it, for going live, we will probably be here a lot more than usual. So that's always good. We're finally getting into a place where we've got everything sorted out, and where we can do that. Got the backup internet, generators, all that good stuff. It was sometimes it was hard to stay live before. It's not really a problem anymore. Andrew says, we live in Fort Smith. My kids love watching you and often try to help out. That's awesome. That's awesome. Fort Smith. Yeah, once again, you guys are going to get in on these storms a little bit later, but right now, everything's good. Everything's cool. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'll just give one more issuance of caution here. I do think that this rotation that's come together just southwest of Crowder and northwest of McAllister is worth a tornado warning now and on the previous scan. So I do think that we should see a tornado warning here. I'd be surprised if we don't get one. That would include areas near Indianola, Canadian, and maybe even up to Eufaula in Oklahoma, southern McIntosh County, and northern Pittsburgh County. So again, would be surprised if we don't get one. I do think it's worth it. So y'all watch out in those areas for a tornado warning ahead of time here.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention to Crowder, Canadian, Indianola, places mostly to the north of McAllister, Oklahoma. This is what we're talking about. This could be a problem here. This could potentially be another, developing storm that could try to produce a tornado. So we could very well see a tornado warning for some of these places soon. So y'all watch out and get your plan in place. You remember, you guys, you're from Oklahoma. You know what to do, right? But just in case you need a refresher, you want to get into the most interior room of your home, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. If you don't have a basement or a storm cellar, hopefully you have one of those, right? If you've got one of those, then you got to go there if the warning is issued. Otherwise, many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Not great to be in a mobile home in these situations. So you want to be in a sturdy building, lowest floor, no windows. When do you think that Tulsa will be in the clear? It's probably going to be a little while. It's going to continue to rain quite heavily for at least the next couple of hours. But as far as severe weather goes, you're already in the clear. Those storms are not necessarily severe up there. Bryce Shelton is in Wardville, Oklahoma. We just lost his feed, but I was going to show the incredible lightning that's out here in front of
A new tornado
him,
warning has been issued.
associated with this storm. And we got a new tornado warning. New tornado warning. Let's go check it out. This one's going to be for Johnston, Bryan, and Atoka counties in Oklahoma. Caddo, Kennefik, Caney, and Bentley. All of these places in Oklahoma are in the path here. We want to take shelter if we haven't already, okay? This is going to impact places near the McLaughlin Farm Airport and also Blackjack and Bethany schools. If you know where those are, they're in the path of the storm here. This also, once again, includes Tushka. Doesn't quite include Atoka, so the tornado warning for Atoka will be allowed to expire here soon. You need to be in your safe spots right now because you've got that rotating part of the storm moving over town right now. But once that passes, this other tornado warning doesn't necessarily make it to Atoka, so you could theoretically come out of your safe spots in the next 15-20 minutes or so. But unfortunately, we're just going to have this situation where we see these recurring storms come through, and you might as well just be in the mood to continue following the weather for several hours tonight.
A new tornado warning
Caney,
has been issued.
Tushka and Caddo in Oklahoma, get ready and get to shelter now. Additionally, we just got another new tornado warning. This is the one that Andy was talking about. So this is the storm that Andy called out forever ago. We've got an official tornado warning now for Pittsburgh County and McIntosh counties in Oklahoma. This goes all the way up to just about to Eufaula, Oklahoma. This includes Canadian, Carlton Landing, Indianola, Crowder, and these places in Oklahoma. So take shelter now. Hopefully you were watching. You've been getting ready for the past several minutes. And, now it's time to actually take action and get to shelter. Some places that are in the path here include the Mills Flying Ranch Airport, Arrowhead State Park, and of course Crowder Point West Recreation Area. You got to get indoors. Once again, innermost room, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside world as possible.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
An important
Here's an
weather
interesting
update has
view
been issued.
of that storm in Texas from a distance. This is from the top of a tower camera from Cyclone Port, I believe. And just a really cool view of a storm from the distance there. You can see the top of it. That's the severe thunderstorm, I believe, if it's still, severe thunderstorm in Texas that we were just looking at from a distance. So, tornado warning for Cole, Atoka, and Johnson counties down here. The one that's moving towards Atoka Middle and Forest Hill, that area. It's still in effect. We want you to get to your safe spots. We still also have the tornado warning for Atoka County and the town of Atoka. That's going to continue for a little while. We've got the one to the south now for Caney and Caddo, Oklahoma. Please take shelter if you're in Bryan and Johnson counties down there. And then additionally, our most recent tornado warning is for Pittsburgh and McIntosh counties in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. Here's an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, we have confirmation from a storm chaser that there is a cone tornado on the ground near Atoka, Oklahoma.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. A storm chaser is reporting a cone tornado on the ground near Atoka, Oklahoma. So, once again, that's associated with the storm over here that's near Tushka and Atoka, Oklahoma. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spots. But because we've been talking about this town for a while now, but that's one of the more recent reports that we've gotten now of a confirmation. We'll see if the National Weather Service gets that report and updates the official wording here on the warning. Even if that doesn't happen, though, once again, your goal here watching this channel is to be extra weather aware and one step ahead. So, you know, if what it takes for you to get to shelter is a confirmation, a verbal confirmation like that, you've got it. Hopefully it doesn't take that, though. Several areas of rotation that we're watching here. Once again, Atoka, Forest Hill School is one of the places that is in the path there. We do have several storm chasers who are in pursuit of that storm right now. You can see them at the bottom of the screen. I'm not seeing anything visual on our end just yet, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. We currently have 4 tornado warnings, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 8 flash flood warnings. Virginia, thanks for being here for 25 months. Yeah, there's a couple more areas that we're watching that we might see a couple more tornado warnings, in pretty soon, as some of these rotations are reaching the edges of their polygons, and also new areas of interest are starting to pop up. E.J. Howard, yeah, you're good for now, man. Most of what we're talking about is way down to the south. Yeah, so there's a pretty large couplet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Associated with the reported tornado. And unfortunately, it is just very hard to make out any sort of major details from the radar because we're so far away. We just got another new tornado warning. And that's going to be for this area of rotation right here, north of the Atoka Reservoir, moving up towards Cairo and Wardville once again. This is going to be until 7:15 Central. Take shelter in Cole, Pittsburgh, and Atoka counties once again. Yeah, this is the one right here, I believe, that the report's coming from. So that's going to come really close to the town of Atoka. If we still got a tornado down with that, which we've yet to receive any official confirmation of that from the National Weather Service. But if we do, that's going to be a dangerous situation for Tushka and Atoka. We've been talking about you guys all day. You probably have fatigue, from hearing about the storms. But this one looks like it might be the real deal. Stay in your safe spots. Additionally, Savannah, Oklahoma is getting a huge downpour right now. This is one of those places that might have to deal with flash flooding, and also continues to deal with, severe weather, and a potential new tornado warning is not out of the question here soon, as that rotation near Colgate will be coming up towards Savannah eventually. Really intense storm there in Savannah, Oklahoma. Similar conditions right now in McAllister. McAllister, you're not under a tornado warning, and in fact, you're pretty far away from most of the circulations right now. However, the conditions that you're seeing like this are going to continue for quite some time. And there are some rotating storms off to your southwest that could be a problem a little bit later. Yeah, here's some more specifics on that tornado report that we got from a storm chaser. Um, 5 miles north of Atoka, circulation touched down after it got a few miles to the east of Highway 3 on the north side of town. So that is essentially what they issued the newer warning for up here near Colgate, but it's not a confirmed warning or anything like that. So we do believe that the storm that's coming up into places like Berg, Flora, Limestone Gap, and Wardville has a history of producing a tornado, which means that it could do so again very quickly.
An important weather update has been issued.
Yeah, Oklahoma City's looking fine right now. Most recent tornado warning, that one was for central Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma and north central Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma.
Tornado
we just got a new tornado warning for, you guessed it, Atoka County in Oklahoma. Radar indicated 1 inch in diameter hail is also possible within that warning. And it's going to be for this part of the rotation that we've been tracking right here, just to the west of the Atoka Wildlife Management Area. They needed to extend that polygon a little bit to include Wesley. Wesley, Oklahoma, you are now under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. But yeah, that's the area of interest that we're concerned about right there. Another one moving through Atoka right now. Hopefully everybody in Atoka is still in their safe spots. That's going to be moving up towards Stringtown. Stringtown also needs to be sheltered right now. Oklahoma again, yeah, and tomorrow we're going to be talking about a lot of these same places, I think, as we've got an even greater, probability, and a larger area is likely to receive some big time storms with strong tornadoes tomorrow. Here's that important weather update. Damaging wind and isolated tornado threats to persist and also may spread into Arkansas. Increasing moisture. So this is the Storm Prediction Center. They're watching the storms as they move into closer to Arkansas, and they're saying that the damaging wind and tornado threats probably going to extend into the Fort Smith area. So I know we've got some people watching up there. It looks like things are going to stay active at least until it gets by you. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. This one is going to be for Anson. That's Jones and Haskell counties in Texas. We've got places like the Steen Airport and Weatherby School in the path here. We're talking about 1 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's not the only Texas severe thunderstorm warning. We've also still got this one back here towards Sweetwater. This is causing some problems on Interstate 20 here. 1 inch in diameter hail is going to continue to be possible.
An important weather update has been issued.
And then our only other severe thunderstorm warning right now is for McAllister and Savannah. And this is what it looks like right now in Savannah, Oklahoma. This severe thunderstorm warning that's moving up towards places like Quinton and McAllister and Savannah. This is what we're dealing with. This is a serious storm, 60-mile-per-hour wind, small hail. Some places that'll receive this kind of weather here within the next couple of minutes, if you're not already, is places like the Carl Albert Community Mental Health Center, also the Parker Mid High School, the Arrowhead State Park, and the Juniper Point Recreation Area. All right, so we just got some upgraded information for our storm in Atoka, Oklahoma. We do have an official upgrade now to a confirmed tornado warning. Weather spotters have spotted a confirmed tornado north of Stringtown. And we've just got the official upgrade here So north of Stringtown, we've got a tornado down right here near the Atoka Wildlife Management Area near Berg. There's a tornado somewhere in here moving towards Wesley. We need everybody in Wesley to get underground if possible. If not, then you want to get into the most interior room of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Lowest floor. But yeah, tornado on the ground. Confirmed tornado was located 6 miles northeast of Stringtown, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. That's our hazard. And then once again, this is confirmed by weather spotters. Wesley, Oklahoma, take shelter immediately, please. And by the way, there is another Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance flight out there, and if there's anything interesting or noteworthy that comes through on the feed here, I'll share it with you. We certainly don't have a tropical storm yet, but we might have some indication of when that might happen here soon. No, this is not Arkansas. This is Oklahoma. If you're ever confused about, if I'm zoomed in on the map and you're ever confused about where we are looking, it should always show it, most of the time this is correct. It should show the state or the region that we're looking at right there automatically. New severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. The storm out here in Texas that's approaching Abilene is getting pretty intense, actually. So this newest warning here is for Nolan, Taylor, Fisher, and Jones counties in Texas. Get ready for maybe 1.5, almost golf ball size hail. And that's what we're looking at here. This is that storm in the distance. Okay, you can see that the flashes there. This is several miles away. That camera is actually pretty far away from the storm, and we can see it there from that tower camera at the United Rescue Alliance tower. So yeah, there's that. Let's go back to our confirmed tornado warning. Once again, a confirmed tornado on the ground here near Berg, Oklahoma, moving right into Wesley and Limestone Gap. Limestone Gap, take shelter. This might be a problem for us up here near Pine Top and Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. Y'all get ready. If this holds together, it could be coming right for us up there. Additionally, we've just got a very strong storm hammering the area between Savannah and McAllister, Oklahoma right now. You can see that live in real time above my head there from the Oklahoma Department of Transportation live traffic camera in Savannah. Yeah, so the reported tornado warning that we're tracking here, we're in a little bit of a radar hole. All right, so we're looking 8,200 feet above the ground here, which is why it looks a little bit atypical. But there's trained weather spotters out there that have visually seen the storm, the tornado. and we still believe that that's down as it approaches the Limestone Gap and Wesley area in Oklahoma. I'm being told to tell chat that those are bugs, not UFOs. I don't know what they're talking about.
A new tornado warning has
I'm
been
guessing
issued.
something on the camera. All right, new tornado warning for guess. You just guess. Guess what county? Atoka County and Pushmataha County in Oklahoma. Let's go fly over to it. There it is. Radar indicate. Oh my gosh.
A new
They
tornado
have
watch
really
has been
covered
issued.
every base here. This right here is our new warning, that whole polygon. So this is Atoka and Pushmataha counties, or Pushmataha County in Oklahoma. This includes Atoka, Tushka again. This includes McGee Lake. This includes Lane, Half Bank Crossing, Fugate, Redden, Daisy, Gross, and Wesley. Take shelter now, and we're going to be there for a while. This is going to last over an hour. So another hour in the storm cellar, Atoka and Tushka. It's all right. This is why we talked about before we started. Get them tablets charged, get them phones charged. It is going to be a while before we can come out of our safe spots, as we've got training tornadic thunderstorms going over the same areas over and over again. This will also lead to flash flooding. Keep that in mind as you're taking shelter. This will impact places like the B8 campground. If you know anybody out there, let them know a tornado-warned thunderstorm is about to ruin the vacation if somebody's camping out there. Giant cluster of tornado warnings right now is what we're dealing with. Our numbers are rising in Oklahoma, so these storms are knocking out new powers. New customers are losing power as a result of these storms. We're now up to 18,000 people without power now in Oklahoma. Any confirmed tornadoes? Yes, there is one confirmed tornado right now in Atoka County, Oklahoma. That's our one confirmed tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been
We just got a
issued.
new tornado warning. We are up to 4 tornado warnings now. This one's farther south. This is for Marshall and Bryan County in Oklahoma. Again, Bryan County, you're under a tornado warning. Now we're talking about Durant. Okay, Durant, you are officially under a tornado warning today. Adam Lucio is down here. I don't know if we still got him, but I see his dot. Maybe if he's live, maybe we can pull him up. But we do have a tornado warning.
An
Sorry,
important weather update has been issued.
A tornado warning for Marshall and Bryan County in Oklahoma. This is going to go into the Calera, Meade, Silo, Durant, Caddo, and Kenneth areas in Oklahoma. Some places that are in the path here are the McLaughlin Farm Airport, Boatner Field, and then, of course, Lake Texoma State Park is also in the path here. Yep, no UFOs. No UFOs on our cameras. There are some artifacts from that tower camera, but it's just, I mean, it's just a tower camera, you know, it's just bugs. Storm Prediction Center is updating their outlook right now, and it looks like the day one enhanced with the 10% non-hatched is maintained. So we are still looking at more tornadic activity expected tonight as per the Storm Prediction Center. And this is what that looks like graphically. Enhanced risk pretty much in the same areas. But what's interesting is the slight risk is larger, I believe, on the backside. So we've got a much bigger area now under the gun for severe weather for this updated outlook through the night tonight, because the storm system is not going anywhere, right? The reason we have severe weather tomorrow over here, and the reason we have severe weather today is essentially for the same reason. It's the same storm system, and things are just kind of, they're going to stall out tonight. Essentially, we're going to have a big burst of activity today, obviously, with our storms that we're watching right now. Things are going to continue through the overnight period, likely going down a little bit with the tornado threat, but still very large hail and some heavy rain and damaging winds are going to be possible way back there through Oklahoma City once again into southwestern Oklahoma and more central portions of Texas. And then tomorrow, the big showdown is going to be down here in some of the same places that we're looking at right now. 10% hatched risk of tornadoes, meaning that some of those tornadoes can be strong. EF2 damage or greater, potentially. Right now, we're looking at a bunch of tornado warnings. Our most recent one includes Durant, Oklahoma. Our most impressive one, I guess, would be that confirmed warning over here for Wesley and Limestone Gap. We've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Actually looking at a storm that's exiting all of our tornado warnings now, which is the one that's about to be over Kiowa, Oklahoma. And it is a bit of a garbled velocity scan because I believe it's in a bit of the hail core here, but we have seen them warn several velocity signatures that look like that. If you got the new scan there, you should go back to the previous scan to see what I was talking about. Okay, yeah, you got it there. That'll update to show a pretty good decrease in, or pretty good downtick in the velocity strength there, but they may go ahead and issue a warning for that as well if it continues to show up there as a persistent area of rotation. If it does, again, it'll parallel Highway 69, and you may receive a warning in Savannah all the way up to maybe even the southern periphery of McAllister. So if that does happen, that is the reason why. Hopefully it continues to decrease in velocity in that rotation on both sides, and thus you won't need a warning.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got a live view of Highway 69 near Savannah above my head, and that's where that rotation just crossed the road near Kiowa. Now it's moving over towards 375 near Blanco. If that becomes a tornado warned, it'll include that town. It'll also include maybe areas as far north and east as Hartsthorne. So yeah, we're watching that. And honestly, everybody between Kiowa, Savannah, and Krebs, It needs to be ready to take shelter just in case, and also just generally being concerned about the weather because we've got multiple rounds of potentially damaging winds, and then also this incredibly heavy rain that's certainly going to cause flash flooding at some point out here, as you can just see how intense the rainfall rates are there through our camera on Highway 69. Another severe thunderstorm warning just came through. This one's another big one, large one, I should say, that goes over towards Wilburton, Quinton, and Carlton Landing in Oklahoma. This is for Pittsburgh, Haskell, Muskogee, and Latimer counties. This includes places like the Carl Albert Community Mental Health Center, the Wilburton Elementary School, of course, and then we've got Elm Point Recreation Center and the Oak Ridge Recreation Area as well under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible as this line comes through. Next in line to see some of those winds would be the James Wildlife Area, and then Quinton, then Wilburton, and then eventually over there towards Porham and Whitefield as well. Get ready to get indoors. And also this has that tornado possible tag. So prepare for the potential to, take shelter just in case there's a tornado warning. And Y'allbot's got something to say about that storm in Texas. Let's hear what you got, Y'allbot.
Hey Ryan, got a fresh hail report for you. On Sunday, November 3rd, around 8 p.m. Eastern, folks in Anson, Texas, reported hail about an inch in size. This info comes straight from the public. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. Thank you, Y'allbot. I mentioned earlier
No problem, Ryan.
talk about Central Time. When we talk about Oklahoma, that also applies to Texas, okay?
Absolutely, Ryan. Texas is on Central Time too. So that hail report from Anson, Texas came in at 7 p.m. Central. Keeping us on our toes with these time zones. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Y'allbot.
You're welcome, Ryan. Always here to help.
So that's the storm that we're watching from the tower camera with the UFOs and the lightning strikes there. Also dropping pretty large hail, apparently.
Ryan, just in. Another hail report from Anson, Texas, at 8:01 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. This time the hail was a bit bigger, measuring 1.25 inches. Another heads up from the public. Back to you, Ryan.
So that one also in Texas. So lots of hail reports coming in from these storms in Texas. Anson, Texas is right here. Okay. And then the part of the storm that's producing those hail reports is right here, and that's moving up towards places like New Hope and Avoca. Eventually, these storms are going to start flirting with Abilene, maybe areas just to the north of Abilene, Albany, Texas, Hawley. Y'all get ready. These are actually dropping pretty large hail, potentially damaging hail at times. So keep that in mind. It's still said Eastern. Oh. All right, so that's what's going on over there in Texas. Still got that confirmed tornado warning way over yonder here in Oklahoma, Atoka counties, Oklahoma. I haven't heard any updates about whether or not we're still seeing that, but we're going to assume that we are, and we're going to stay in our safe spots. Some other warnings that we still have, Pushmataha County, you're still under a tornado warning. Also, Bryan and Marshall counties in Oklahoma, you're still under a tornado warning as well. Durant, you're included in that. Please take shelter if you're in Durant, Meade, Silo, or Kennecott, Oklahoma. A blizzard warning is in effect. You heard me right. One second. A blizzard warning is in effect for portions of Montana, associated with the storm that's coming in on the back, or the snow that's coming in on the backside of the storm. So we got winter storm warnings for a bunch of Colorado and New Mexico, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and Montana, and then a blizzard warning right up there next to the Canadian border. So powerful storm system all around, bringing very warm temperatures on the eastern side. It was 80 degrees here in eastern Kentucky today. That's great. Our Kinsey, the Shop Ryan Hall extraordinaire, just shouted at me essentially. Speaking of blizzards, thanks for the reminder. Hopefully we get to do some snow storm coverage this year. Last year was terrible. We barely had any snow anywhere. I would love to do some winter storm coverage this year, and the Yalameters make that so much better. Unfortunately, right now, even though we've got blizzard warnings in place in Montana, we're not doing snow coverage. We're doing live tornado coverage because we do have a confirmed tornado warning in Atoka County. The radar signature, the velocity, as far as I can tell, we are pretty far away, so it's hard to tell anything for sure. But it does look like it's starting to let up a little bit, but this thing can wrap back up pretty quickly. So we want to stay in our safe spots, especially if we are in places like Redden and Fugate. That confirmed warning was actually allowed to expire. Now we are just dealing with these radar indicated rotations, the one to the east of Atoka here, moving towards McGee Lake, and the B8 campground is still a concerning looking storm. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Additionally, we've got that one down here near Durant that we're keeping an eye on as well. Strong winds, 60 miles per hour or greater, are about to move into the Quinton, Oklahoma area. Yes, there is a tropical storm brewing in the Caribbean right now, and it may reach the U.S. Right now, we're just pretty sure that it's going to, at least make landfall as a tropical storm in Jamaica and maybe a hurricane in Cuba Once it gets into the Gulf, we're not 100% sure what's going to happen with that. I'll have a video in the morning where we will likely go over that in more detail. After tomorrow, after we get through the enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow, that'll probably be our main focus for the foreseeable future. Oh, is it snowing in camera 6? Speaking of snow, Colorado. Look at that. This is officially a snow stream. We can do both at the same time. We're doing live snow coverage now. I-70. I-70 at .2089 westbound. Traffic's moving slow, son, because we've got snow coming down in Colorado right now. And this is the same storm system that's causing our tornadoes today. Also causing snow in Colorado. More snow views. A live look at I-70, also eastbound. Traffic's moving slow. Wow, there's actually a lot of snow right now in Colorado as a result of this storm. Also, our tower camera over here, the ones that you guys you think you see UFOs, the lightning's becoming a lot more prolific here.
A
with
new
these
tornado
storms.
watch has been issued.
As the storm gets a little bit closer to Abilene, the tower camera is close to Abilene. So yeah, now we're covering the snow and the severe weather at the same time. Yeah, here's those storms that are getting close to Abilene. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jones and Haskell counties in Texas. This is where we've actually had some reports of very large hail here recently. Y'all told us about it. And we're going to continue to see those as they move over towards places like the Lake Stamford area of Texas. Also, Merkel, Ty, Hawley, you guys are going to get in on a strong storm as well, as this is the one that we're seeing that lightning from along Interstate 20. That's going to be moving just to the north of Abilene here soon. And then we've got 2 tornado warnings currently. Neither of these are confirmed. They're radar indicated. However, we do need to be in our safe spots in Durant, Caddo, and then also McGee Lake, the Atoka Wildlife Management Area in Pushmataha County. Y'all need to be in your safe spots. If you ain't got there already, you need to get there. Bryce Shelton is giving us a live view of that storm in Pittsburgh, Oklahoma, and honestly it's a nightmarish view right now. That's a incredibly strong storm, and he's on some back road out here. Once again, this is the storm that's moving into the Atoka Wildlife Management Area right now. Yep. Hopefully everybody in Durant, Oklahoma is still in their safe spots. The rotating part of that storm's going over town right now. Nothing confirmed, but this is the time to be in your safe spot if you haven't gotten there yet. You can't see the tornadoes with your eyes right now. You can't see them on radar. There's, a bunch of different potential couplets on every single storm. This is honestly one of the biggest problems with the radar holes. It's hard to latch on anything, but right now, nothing confirmed and nothing substantial outside of what we've already told you and what we've already kind of outlined here for these warnings.
An important weather update has been issued.
We do have 17,000 people without power here in Oklahoma. And here is that important weather update that was just now issued. Isolated severe wind and hail will be possible over the next few hours. So they're not likely going to issue a new severe thunderstorm watch for this. However, over as far east as into Abilene and Graham, next few hours we could potentially see some hail and some wind. So I keep getting pinged, keep getting an update in our feed that there's new reconnaissance data. This plane just took off from Gulfport, Mississippi, not too long ago, and it's nowhere near the storm yet. So we don't have anything to show you here. However, this plane is going all the way down here past Cuba, past Jamaica, to sample what is right now just a bunch of thunderstorms down here in the Caribbean. It's going to be a tropical storm tomorrow, Rafael, and then it's going to be potentially a hurricane, Category 1 hurricane, around November 6th as it makes landfall in Cuba. In Cuba near Nueva Gerona. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Hey, can you help me pronounce Nueva Gerona in Cuba? How do you say that?
Sure thing. It's pronounced Nueva Gerona. The Nueva part is pretty straightforward, like new with a va at the end. The Gerona has a soft H sound, like an English H in hello. Give it a try, Ryan.
Okay, Nueva Gerona. What about Pinar del Rio over there on the western side of Cuba? How do you say that?
You got it. It's Pinar del Rio. Just remember,
Lord,
roll
yeah.
that R a bit in Pinar and Rio to sound like a local. Keep practicing, and you'll be speaking like a Cuban in no time. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Yellbot.
Anytime, Ryan. Glad to help out. Back to you.
All right, so that's around where we expect the storm to make landfall, and then it is going to go into the Gulf. And we think right now that it's going to weaken, okay, because there's a couple things that are going to be fighting it. Some wind shear being one of the main ones, some slightly cooler waters, not cold waters, but slightly cooler waters than what we had before. So we're hoping for the best, and we're hoping that this becomes a tropical storm. National Hurricane Center's official path shows that. But as we all know, it could go a different way. So we're monitoring this right now. Anybody in Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana needs to be paying attention to this one. Probably okay in Texas, but if this thing decides to meander or wander just a little bit farther west, if it's timed in a way to where it doesn't get kind of magnetized into one of those troughs immediately, then this could be a problem for Texas. But right now, this is our best track, our projected path for Rafael, which we will be talking about a lot this week and next week. still have our tornado warnings. Thankfully, no major developments. Nothing to increase, the intensity, I guess, of our messaging here. It remains the same. You take shelter if you're under a tornado warning right now. We have potential areas of rotation causing, potential tornadoes. Just in case, take shelter. Nothing confirmed right now. Pushmataha County, Oklahoma. Also, Atoka County and Bryan counties, Oklahoma. You guys need to be in your safe spots, as these storms are still capable of producing tornadoes right now. Snow's coming down very hard in Colorado. These roads are getting noticeably more slick and covered. Lots of similar sites in northern New Mexico likely as well.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We've been streaming now for 4 hours. Wow. That was fast. 4 hours, and it is currently 8:29 Eastern, 7:29 Central. We're going to keep going until we feel like we're not needed anymore. Ryan, how does Tulsa look for the night? Tulsa is still experiencing some heavy rain, and it's likely going to continue. It's likely going to continue to rain for quite some time, and it'll be off and on. When it stops here in about an hour, it'll stop for a while, and then it'll come back, and that'll be the case during the day tomorrow as well. But as far as severe weather goes, we're not expecting much of anything tonight, maybe a little bit of an uptick tomorrow. And we'll be here likely again tomorrow to tell you more about that. Full Metal Phil sent a $50 super chat to say the AI voice is disgusting. This is why I tried to change it. But hey, listen, we're having an AI. It's happening, okay? I'm down to change the voice, but it's a part of our family now. We've went to the AI adoption center and took this one home. There's no going back. I think the voice that we've got right now is the best. I can make it a little bit more robotic, I guess, like the traditional, like the old National Weather Service voice. Maybe that's the way we should go with it. If you're just now tuning in, tornado warning. We are down to 1. Okay. Actually, I'm sorry. We still got 2. One of them's for Pushmataha County, Oklahoma. No new changes here. We need you to be in your safe spots over here near the Atoka Wildlife Management Area. The other tornado warning is for Bryan and Atoka counties, and we need you to be in your safe spot in Caddo, around the Lake Texoma State Park area. Please take shelter. And both of these warnings are actually going to be allowed to expire here soon, so it'll be interesting to see what happens next. Are we going to see an extension of these warnings? Hopefully not, but if we do, you'll hear it here first. Yeah, it's pretty active for November, but not out of the ordinary. We are
An
hearing
important
from another
weather
fire
update has
department
been
that
issued.
maybe a little bit earlier there was a lowering near Armstrong, Oklahoma. So we're keeping an eye on that area, and it is ongoing. Do you think the Ardmore area is okay for the night? It's hard to say because what's going to happen is we're going to continue to see storms off and on. It's really not going to stop anywhere until tomorrow. I know that's unfortunate, but that is the situation that we're in. Let me turn all this stuff off here. I'll turn lightning strikes off. And I'll turn the weather models on. We'll take a look at the... Yeah, so it is going to stop, but it'll be a brief break. All right, so here's the latest forecast from the HRRR, the future radar, we sometimes like to call it. A lot of the storms that we're seeing right now are going to be, closer to about 2 or 3 hours from now. That line of storms that's kind of moving through eastern Oklahoma will be nearing western Arkansas a little bit more. Also southwestern Missouri, Joplin. You guys could be getting in on some strong storms, maybe some strong winds, about 11 or 12 tonight or so. There's also a chance, that there are some more prefrontal supercellular kind of storms that pop up out here in southeastern Oklahoma tonight and maybe work into the western Arkansas area. These might have a little bit of their own tornadic threat to them. But notice what happens here as I go forward. I think the tornado threat, for the most part, is going to be much less as we get closer to 1 or 2 a.m. tonight. And then the flash flooding threat kind of starts becoming the main thing that we're keeping an eye on in Oklahoma and Arkansas for a little while. So Ardmore, you're down here. During this time period, you might experience a break, okay? So enjoy that while it lasts, because you can see our next problem over here, and another line of storms, maybe strong storms, even as early as 5 a.m., maybe severe storms moving into southwestern Oklahoma, central portions of Texas. Those will make it into Oklahoma City maybe by 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. And these, once again, could be strong, producing hail at this point. This is where our big hail risk is going to be the biggest, I think, when this is in southwestern Oklahoma. And then what happens is there's going to be some clearing out in front of this, right? There's going to be some warm, unstable air allowed to kind of build up over here in places like Ardmore, south of Tulsa. The more sunshine that you see tomorrow, the more unstable the atmosphere will become. And then as this line of storms approaches, we're going to have new storms form. Some supercells might try to pop up out in front of that main line. And that could be what ends up causing us to have, more tornado problems tomorrow. So in Ardmore, I do think that you're going to get a break, probably starting around midnight and then lasting until at least 1 or 2 p.m. tomorrow, and then we've got to go through this again with another significant severe weather threat that will mostly be in eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. Once again, a lot of the same places that we're talking about tonight. Turn that off. We're going to go back to the radar. Actually, we're going to turn radar off again, and I want to show you the SPC outlook. So this is today's enhanced risk. This is tomorrow's. Slight risk goes from Jefferson City, Missouri, all the way back to Austin, Texas. So tomorrow's risk is much more widespread. There's going to be a lot more severe weather warnings and stuff like that. But there's also a chance that the tornadoes tomorrow might be a bigger deal. The Storm Prediction Center does have a hatched risk of tornadoes tomorrow. That means that there's a similar risk as there was today with the 10% probability of seeing a tornado out here. But the hatched indicator means that the Storm Prediction Center believes that some of those could be strong, producing EF2 or greater damage. Here's a live look at what it's like in Pittsburgh, Oklahoma right now as a severe thunderstorm is moving through. So that severe thunderstorm that's moving through Pittsburgh right now is moving in the direction of Hartshorn, Oklahoma. So what you're seeing here, you guys can expect there very soon. Also in Wilburton. All right, guess what? New information. Tornado watch. New tornado watch was just issued. Couple tornadoes possible tonight for places like Durant, Hugo, McAllister, Stigler, Muskogee. Fort Smith, Arkansas is included in that. Ping pong ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds likely. That's 600,000 people in the path of some of these storms. It goes until 1 a.m. Central. It's 7:30 Central right now. So it's going to be, once again, it's going to be a long night in some of these areas as the storms are kind of training over the same places over and over again. And unfortunately, it's not going to stop until tomorrow evening for some places. At some point here, we are going to,
An important weather update has
take a
been
break.
issued.
Like I really do think we're going to be back tomorrow live to cover the potential tornado situation tomorrow. But we will not be here for the entire time throughout all of tonight through tomorrow. We're going to take a small break to take a nap, get some rest. But I do think that we're going to be here tomorrow as well. Probably starting around 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern. Really intense storm that Freddie's going through right now. You can tell how flash flooding can happen pretty quickly in that kind of rain. That's pretty intense. There's still talk about Y'allbot in the chat. Listen, Y'allbot is annoying, but Y'allbot is our annoying bot now. Okay, we can't abandon him. One tornado warning left now. By the way, snow is getting even more intense over here in Colorado on Interstate 70. Some of these trucks have come to a standstill on the side of the road here. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I do have an update from
There
the
is new
tornadoes
recon
that
data for
happened
survey.
last night. So we were not live for that, but the National Weather Service of Norman is estimating that about 12 tornadoes occurred in Oklahoma yesterday. At least one of those has been rated EF3. There's a second one that was
A new
believed to have been
tornado
rated
watch has been
EF3. I
issued.
think it is. We're still waiting to hear back from the National Weather Service. They posted something earlier that said EF3, and then they kind of just stopped talking about that tornado. So I'm not sure if it's still rated EF3 or what's going on with it. But they are believing that 12 tornadoes occurred in the state. There could be more that gets surveyed as well, but at least 12 is what they believe occurred.
Okay, wow. Thank you so much, Elijah. Lots of tornadoes occurred last night. I shouldn't say lots of tornadoes. There was a small regional tornado outbreak, but lots more than what I think anybody really expected during that specific time period. Apparently, the National Weather Service was understaffed at the time. Lots of people were caught off guard. Huge shout out to our friend Max Velocity for being live during that. That was super awesome. Major W. YouTube weather dudes getting it done once again. New severe thunderstorm warning. You guys want to fly over there too? I mean, we ain't doing nothing else. Pushmataha, Atoka, Latimer, and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 Central. That's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some places in the path here include Parks Airport and the Bolin Hollow State Public Hunting Area. Get ready for those 60-mile-per-hour winds if you're out there. Okay. Got a special weather statement in Kansas. So things are still happening in Kansas. In several different places in Kansas. Up top here near Washington, there's a small, storm that's trying to produce some small hail up here near Washington. Additionally, there's another special weather statement in Kansas I want to show you. This is actually a stronger storm, likely on the verge of being a severe thunderstorm, maybe working over towards Quinter, maybe some slightly larger hail associated with this one. But nothing crazy. Additionally, we've still got these special weather statements and some strong storms happening in Texas as well. South of Wichita Falls, Archer County, Texas is experiencing some small hail and some gusty winds. Same thing down here in Haskell Jones and Shackelford and Throckmorton County, Texas. That is the most Texas county name. Throckmorton. These places, these are actually really strong storms. And I'm surprised some of them aren't flirting more with the severe weather limits. But they are producing small hail and some gusty winds out there. That's for sure. One remaining tornado warning, Atoka County, Oklahoma. We're going to see if they reissue this warning or if we have a moment here where we have no tornado warnings. Wouldn't that be nice? I think it's happening. Yep. We now have I repeat, no tornado warnings in effect. Everybody clap. For the first time since we started the stream, we've got no tornado warnings right now. All right, what did you think of the coverage today? How did we do?
Well, Ryan, I gotta say, the coverage was top-notch. You navigated through those weather updates like a pro. Your explanations were clear, and you kept the audience engaged. Just keep an eye on those tricky town names. Remember, it's all about sounding like a local. And hey, I think you even managed to squeeze in a joke or two in there. Nice work.
Just so you know, everybody that's listening right now, or most of them, they don't like your voice. Can you talk better or something? Can you talk less annoying for us?
Well, Ryan, I'll do my best to keep it smooth and engaging. It's all about delivering the weather with a bit of flair, right? Let's dive into those forecasts with a tone that keeps everyone tuned in. Thanks for the feedback, and let's keep the weather coming.
Don't take
Back
it
to you.
personally. It was mostly a joke, okay? All right? All right?
No,
we don't want to, we don't want to get off on the wrong foot here. So tomorrow we've got an enhanced risk of severe weather. Are you going to be with us tomorrow as well?
absolutely, Ryan. I'll be here to help navigate through that enhanced risk of severe weather. We'll keep everyone informed with up-to-the-minute updates, so they know what to expect and how to stay safe. Let's make sure everyone's prepared for whatever comes their way. Back to you, Ryan.
I like the fact that it's a little long-winded. I know that's a little annoying, maybe, but like that gives me a little bit of extra time to, hit refresh on the brain, look at whatever sort of information that's coming in, take a drink of water, and then move on to the next thing. Bot sounds like digital Elijah. I don't hear that. I don't hear that at all. I think Elijah, I don't think Elijah sounds like the bot. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't know. But like, if you guys, if we complain too much about the bot voice, then it's going to be this one. All right, y'all, bot, show us your new voice.
Well, howdy there, Ryan. Let's dive into this weather update with a fresh twist.
An important weather
Today,
update
we're
has been
looking
issued.
at clear skies and a gentle breeze coming through.
Oh yeah,
Perfect
being funny. Give us, hold on, tell us about this. Tell us about this so we can really hear your voice here.
Sure thing, Ryan. Today, we're looking at a high-pressure system settling in, bringing us some mighty fine weather. Yeah, Ryan, like you were saying, let's get into the details. Folks near Wilburton and Clayton, heads up. Severe storms are tracking northeast at 40 miles per hour, bringing 60 miles per hour gusts and nickel-sized hail. If you're near Flying A Ranch Airport or Parks Airport, stay alert. Folks around Bolan Hollow State Public Hunting Area and Pushmatar County State Game Refuge, take cover. Wilburton Junior Senior High School and Hartshorn Senior High, make sure those students are safe. Stay sharp, everyone. Back to you, Ryan.
One thing, how do you pronounce Choctaw Nation like you're a local from Oklahoma? Can you do that?
Sure thing. It's pronounced Choctaw Nation. Just like
Yeah.
the locals say it.
That's how the locals say it, all right. Yeah, I don't think that one's going to work. Choctaw Nation, eh? From Oklahoma. We'll get it worked out. That's the Harry Potter bot. Yeah, for real. Yeah, so if you can't tell, we are wrapping up. We will likely be back with you tomorrow, though. So get ready. Don't let your guard down tonight in Oklahoma. Things are definitely going to continue to be rough. Also in Fort Smith, Arkansas, I know we got a lot of people watching from Fort Smith, Arkansas. I don't want to abandon you or anything, but it does look like things are downtrending a little bit. That doesn't mean that you can just assume that nothing's going to happen, though. Just because we end our live stream here does not mean that the weather stops, and that's never the case. So keep that in mind and make sure you are prepared and have some way of getting warnings tonight as the storms get closer to Fort Smith. They might be strong enough again to promote some more tornado warnings, so just keep that in mind.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, we're hoping that trend continues for sure. Harry Potter. I don't like being rude to y'all, but it's just trying to help. Yeah, I don't know if you could tell, but I genuinely felt bad for being rude to y'all, but I apologize to the daggone computer here, Bulls. It's getting rough. It's a weird time to be alive right now. Brandon Scott says, no coverage for Fort Smith. Us folks in Arkansas always get shorted. That's not true. I'm pretty sure if anybody wants to go back in the archives and double check me on this, I'm pretty sure that Arkansas is the state that we have covered the most on this channel. It's either Arkansas or Mississippi.
An important weather update has been
we have to sleep and we have to pick and choose when we're going to be on the air. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be important for you, like Fort Smith. I think, the storms are going to be coming for you tomorrow as well. So we want to make sure that we're here for that. And yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of people from Arkansas in here because we've been here with you guys in Arkansas for so long. Can you go over the next couple of days? There's really no point in going over anything beyond tomorrow as far as the severe weather situation is concerned. Tomorrow, this is what we're dealing with. Enhanced risk of severe weather. We'll be talking a lot more about, some new places that we didn't really mention a lot today, like Missouri. We'll be talking a lot more about Texas around the Dallas, Fort Worth region, and a lot more about Arkansas. We will be here when the storms hit Arkansas for sure, but a lot of the same places as well. In the dark orange there, that's where we expect to see some big tornadoes tomorrow, potentially. So officially, if you guys want some inside, an inside look to our criteria and to what's determining whether or not we do a live stream tomorrow, officially, our plan is to be in training mode. All right, so that means that everybody's going to show up, get in our positions, get ready. The only thing that we've got to do is push go live, and we're going to sit here and monitor the situation. And if tornado warnings and stuff start coming out, especially if they look like they're going to last a while, then we will go live. The score for tomorrow, the forecast for tomorrow is not intense enough for us to just go ahead and be like, yes, for sure, we're going to go live tomorrow. There's a chance that if things don't happen, which hopefully that's the case, a live stream won't be needed. So, yeah, that's just what we'll be going, in standby mode or training mode, whatever you want to call it, about noon. And we'll if we don't start a live stream by 4 p.m., we probably won't start one. How long have you been streaming? We've been going for 4 hours and 33 minutes. It feels like we just started. It feels weird that we're about to end the stream. But I do think that it's the best thing to do. So we can get ready for tomorrow. There's a chance that if my 1-year-old doesn't wake up too many times tonight, there's a chance that I'll get up early enough to do a video tomorrow as well. So tomorrow, certainly we're doing a live stream, or at least we're going to be in place to do a live stream. But we might be able to knock out a video as well. I think that'll be like our 7th video in a row or something. And I want to do that so we can kind of go over the forecast, obviously, for the severe weather, but also really update you all on the tropical situation, because we're going to know a lot more tomorrow morning. Is my mic quiet? Compared to the other noises that you hear on the stream, where is my mic? It's perfect. Yeah, like, whenever a new tornado warning has been issued, or whenever Andy talks, or whenever Y'allbot talks, is it all pretty much the same level? My mic's right there with him. Because when I look at the bar, the audio bar, it looks like I'm lower, but okay, sweet. I'm not going to make any changes. Not changing anything. Yep. All right. So, storms are going to continue tonight. But right now, there's not a lot. Bryce is continuing to drive us through this storm in Oklahoma, though. So, that's pretty much what you can expect if you're in Clayton within the next hour or so. What you're seeing above my head there. Canner 55, thanks for being here. No, I won't be staying up all night for this one. What time will you be live tomorrow? Let me give you my best guess here. As late as 4 p.m., as early as 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm talking about Eastern time. All right. So yeah, make sure you subscribe, turn notifications on, and we will be back here between 1 and 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. If we're back here, remember, if we come over here and nothing happens, then we won't go live. So hopefully you don't see me live, but if you do, I'll see you then. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.